Kuyugin ako, bisan dili ko gwapa. Kahibalo ko, musto ya sa kaagi sa una. Sa mga bayani, nagigira lang para sa guma. Isudas man, hanggang mo away mamatay. Unsa ko pa, umanggi atay. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kagahapon ni umabang. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kalayo ni tupas. Andang daw ba ng subo para malikawas kuyog nimo. Magkuyog na ta, pagbalik na diha. Nganong di ay, nganong di man kaganahan. Kufta na to, ang sundan nila pula-po. Leon kilat, flores o gargajo. Isumutas man, hanggang mo away mamatay. Ulipon sa gugmay, gugmang di atay. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamupos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kagahapon ni umabang. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamupos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kalayo ni tupas. Andam daw ba ng subon para malingkawas kuyog nimo. Di ko nimo kuyogan, imunti kang talawan. Di nakakatilaw sa humba o kinilaw. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kagahapon ni umabang. Kuyogin lagi ko, di man ko mamugos. Kuyogang mukha ko sa kalayo ni tupas. Ang damdaw ba ng sabon para malingkawas kuyog nimo. Kuyog nimo. Kuyog nimo.
Ganaan, lumot be. Tolokan be, pagkatapos tolokan bele. Model tolokan bele, betul. Tolokan minik mo ni tao, tapos model magpabulong. Ring lumot ni boy tumi, buat paampan. Ampan buat mo ni tumi.
Pinahimo ni Lolo sa una na kung naibalod sa lake, di na kopya na sa wat.
They say looks can be deceiving. At first glance, I thought you were not much to look at. All icing, no cake, all steam, not much brew. But the night air sings of fulfilling ancient dreams. The moon whispers of tenderness for the smallest of them, for the unheard, the unseen. And as the sun breaks through our heroes' memories, your blinding smile hits my heart, like the warrior's blade, like 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗰𝗲's spear. But the far seas beckon you. The memories on these walls try to soothe the pain of parting. I seek for your warmth, but only these sheets comfort me. My tears are salt water flowing to bridge the seas and islands that divide us. The stars listen to my sighs as I look for you in the skies. And now you're here. Our love blazes like the fire of our heroes' revolution. Our hearts entwined is such sweet victory, incomparable, like the journey of our people, like the richness of our culture.
Paminawa, kaning litanya, kabahining bisda kung paghigugma. Para buyag, kasing-kasing kiat, para buyag, apik paniliyon kilat. Pagpangga o gay, paspuso sa larsyan, muhumok, ibaw, sabaw sa linarang. Humukog ilong, tanalaag tas kulon, at tuon, tadapit nga makasaysayon. Lapit sa dila, ugot siya sa pulo, dugan mo siguradong mahumong-kumong. Hugot pa suot, hugot pa suot, hugot pa suot.
Bahalag saging, basta labing, bahalag buwan, basta tupad. Bahalag toyo, basta medyo, bahalag ginamos, basta langgakoy. Bahalag ilaw, basta ikaw, bahalag uri, basta perme. Bahalag lanay, basta tanday, bahalag dukot, basta lang hugot. Hugot pa suot, hugot pa suot, kasing-kasing kapuno sa kahimuon. Huot pa sugot, huot pa sugot, ikaw akong forever, wala'y magbuot. Hugot pa suot, hugot pa suot, bisag ipatpad man sa tumang kalimot. Huot pa sugot, huot pa sugot, sa dalan kulon kita mag-abot. Bahalag piit, basta sikit, bahalag magumos, basta lang timos. Bahalag mo loong, basta mo haom, bahalag di makaya, basta kita.
Hindi ka biyaan, tuura jud na ako. Mura General Maxilong ni ikon mo plano. Para ni mo makipatay ko pareho. Sa Cebuanong katipunerong si Alejo. Maglisod ko kaon kung di tadungan. Ang imong istorya murag musika sa dungan. Bisag kinsa nga babae, di ti ka ilisan. Kaya nga akong gugma, solid pa sa katipunan.
Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot, kasing-kasing tapunok sa kahimuon. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot, ikaw akong forever, wala'y magbuot na. Hugot pasuot, hugot pasuot, bisag ipagtanwa sa tumang kalimot. Huot pasugot, huot pasugot, sa dalan kulon kita mag-abot. Sa dalan kulon kita mag-abot. Sa dalan kulon bayang sabot.
Ayaw kalain konsultihan nga para na gahi sa makabagsik ug kagahi sa Galeriya Independensya. Murag hard man tingali ka nga sa imong ka-hard wa man gyud nimo tagda. Maong ang sarok sa asawa ni humabon, buot na nakong sulon. Tiaw mo, ni atong 1521, si Juana di ay ang pinakagwapa. Sigun sa pananaw sa langyaw nga si Pigapeta. Bisang nasaliwan pa siyang taplas na mga dalaga. Ayaw kalain konsultihan ka, nagalaong umuhupod ka. Aba naglipo kung unsaon pagpaso sa heart mong heart. Aka ka bang daron? Ihungol sa tunaan? Isud sa lusong og lobkon sa alo? Ialig-ig sa nigo? Dayon galingon kuyog sa mais? Lungagon sa kun? Latan pag-ayo? Ayaw kalain konsultihan di ka. Nga nagduda kong dili lang gahi, apan butasab ka. Imo ra gyud gisnabang akong feelings, nga daw nag-awas-awas na tubig sa banga. Nagpasad sama sa bulawan ug uban pa. Nga gibarter kani atong panahon ni humabon, kuyog ang puno sa tato nga mga subuanon. Ayaw kalain konsultihan di ka. Naggahi, buta, o bungol pagyud ka. Kay wa gyud nimo mapaminaw nga sa matag magtagbo ta, hinindughan ko daw tambol o akong magtutubo. Mubagting sama sa tililing sa brass master sa South Cotabato. Mukasta sama sa kwelda sa higalo nagigitiw-gitiw sa aktig ng mga pudlo. Mutyabaw sama sa kubing nga gitayhop, gihagkan sa ngapil nga nagkibot-kibot. Ayaw kalain konsultihan di ka. Di lang kagahi, buta o bungol, apan baga pagyud ka. Kaysa dihawa dama nga ang akong kamot, imong nahikapan, murag din malagyapon ka. Apan din hinako, ang imong accidental touch, murag miukiok sa akong espiritu, daw gihablon nga inalag sa Lake Cebu, o pisyabit sa isla sa Sulu, murabag, imo kong nasyat sa taro. Ayaw kalain konsultihan di ka, nga di lang kagahi, buta, bungol, baga. Duda ko, sama sa simod sa iling, bugnaw kaayo ka. Sa imong kabugnaw, cool kaayo ka kusniton.
Tuwa ni para nimo. Gabisan na ako. Gapa sweet-sweet yung ka sa imong amiga. In-town, kahapdos sa akong dugan. Murag dami sa eskrimador, gibunal-bunalan. Nagitusok-tusok sa bangkaw nila mula ko. Gitigba sa hait na pinutik sa katipunero. Gipikas-pikas sa kres nilyon kilat o sa mga moro. Ayaw ka laing konsultihan, ikaw. Nataliwa sa imong pagkagahi, kabaga, ka-cold. How I wish nga kung dadunti ka sa atubangan sa mga bayaning revolusyonaryo, ang tanan mong mga apan kay ilupad kuyog sa mga apan-apan. Sama sa mga hero, hunk, o syofo masad ka, mausayang kung dili ni mo maamuhan. It's your loss. Kung ang lami kung alinutuan, dili ni mo matilawan.
Sa buwan di sakit sa nga babae, di ka ilisan kaya nga akong gugma. Sorry ba sa katipunan?
Sorry kaayo kung gisultihan ikaw. Unsa ka imong karon nga sulayan, nagamiton imong ka-bright, kautukan. Abrihon imong mata, dunggan, ug dugan. Aron imo kong makuyugan. Subayon ta ang dalan padulong sa kagawasan. Hangtod nga ang imong kasing-kasing, musabay pagtitik ning akong dugan. Dayon, mag-uban ta og hakop sa bulawanong ani. Manglupad uban sa panon sa mga langgam. Likayan, biyaan ang tagkahi o kapugnaw. Gakson ang kahumok sa hangin. Hakan ang kainit sa adlaw.
My girl, my celosa, oh, my celosa, girl, my celosa, oh, my celosa. Sige ko no kugo, sipin namin, my celosa, silosa, apil ng mga ngalang napagsadala, archaeogical, kandido, padilya, pilpas, 𝗙𝗲𝗶𝗶𝗶, 𝗙𝗲𝗶𝗶𝗶, Bonifacio, Aranas, Mendoza, Francisco, Llamas, Lorenzo, González, Luis Flores, Isidro, Londo, Pungagarera, Niños.
Baita, naligpit pa ang iyong sibuko para niya. Sunod-sunod, o tawag-tawag, gusto niyang siya ay aking tagdon.
Oh mama, mama, my girl, my celosa, girl, my celosa, girl, my celosa, girl, my celosa. Sige ko no ko belagyo sa kumpi namin Cebu. Oh my celosa, girl, my celosa, girl. Ano mag-date kung lumiatulog sa museo? Sige lang siya bago to, puri kaayo.
Museo sa Ongera, museo sa Cebu, o sa Tres de Abril.
Ako sa Fort San Pedro, makatila na tambo. Ako pago sa gagat, mataylor, iyanat, ilahan, king-order. Ang choy nga sinyong dilat, maumuban sa siglo, nagtabok para sa gubay.
Sinimbrang ka, totalite pa, ang ginoong sibuko para niya. Sunod-sunod, o tawag-tawag, gusto niya siya ay akong tagdon.
Oh mama, mama, my girl, my celosa, girl, my celosa, girl, my celosa, girl, my celosa. Sige kulo ko galaki sa kumpi namin Cebu. Oh my celosa, girl, my celosa.
Ayaw ka malaka, kawas ng putan ka, pareho ka gwapa sa mahal tang yuta. Liwat mo sa kong lolo, nga katipunero, oh baby go lang ng go, passport pero with you girl, ako damgo, ikaw ako supo,
You girl, ako gugma,
You are my Cebu. You girl, ako Lamco. Ikaw, ako Subo. You girl, ako Luma. You are my Cebu. Tunggami, tunggami, gami tay. DMV, tunggami tay. Tunggami, tunggami tay. Tunggami, tunggami, gami tay. Tunggami tay. Tunggami, tunggami tay. My girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Sige, kuno ko galagi sa kombinang ng Cebu. Oh, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Girl, maselosa. Sige, kuno ko galagi sa kombinang ng Cebu. Oh, maselosa. Girl, maselosa.
PAMGRAS, the Cebu Heritage Hotel, in partnership with the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Quincentennial Committee of the Philippines, Museo Sugbo or the Cebu Provincial Museum, the University of San Carlos Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and History, the University of San Carlos Museum, the Central Visayas Association of Museums, and the Yandi Heritage Center, SOAN 2020, and Art Cebu, present to you this afternoon in a celebration of the warrior Dagami of Gabi, Cordova, Cebu. This event, Hait, Ancient Weapons in the Visayas. Maayong hapon sa tanan. We are so happy that you are with us in this celebration today of the 5 years of Hardin Dagami of PAMGRAS, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. Welcome everyone once again, and we're so excited together with you to have this fun event today, an enlightening event with our speakers and panelists of our forum this afternoon on the ancient weapons in the Visayas. And of course, we will be traveling back in time to 500 years ago and even to 2,000 years ago. So welcome everyone, to those who are here physically with us. Thank you very much for being with us and celebrating with us a fun and enlightening and a fierce and a brave afternoon. Hait kaayo nga afternoon. Kaya we have at my back, so of course you see at my back, pinuti, tulo ka pinuti. We have 3 bolos here, pinuti, the traditional weapon of the Visayas. And of course, it's also a farming implement. And of course, you see at my back also, the bar, Hardin Dagami, is named in honor of our warrior, Dagami, who led a resistance against the Spaniards, Miguel Lopez de Legazpi, in 1565. And he was traveling to Cebu with a boat. That's why the bar counter of Hardin Dagami is shaped like a karakoa. So you see a bakunawa head here at my side. So and then this counter is actually boat shaped. So this is in honor of Hardin Dagami. So I mean, Hardin Dagami is in honor of warrior Dagami, the chief of Gabi, Cordova. So we would like to thank our partners that in this event, the NHCP, NQC, Museo Sugbo, the Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and History of the University of San Carlos, the University of San Carlos Museum, CVAM, Central Visayas Association of Museums, SOAN 2020, and Art Cebu, and the Yandi Heritage Center. Thank you very much for showing this event at your Facebook pages. And we would also like to recognize and to thank our participants and those who registered, only those who registered at our registration forms that we sent. We have participants today who registered who said that they came from the Cebu Doctors University, from the University of the Philippines, University of San Carlos, University of Cebu main campus, the Lamba National High School, CTU, Cebu Technological University in Mualbual, from the Youth Cultural Group in Cebu, Kulturang Sugbuanon, from Cagayan de Oro, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, from PUP, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, from Samar. Thank you very much for those in the Eastern Visayas, Samar State University, to Cebu Normal University, and also from a school in Cebu, Paref Northfield School for Boys. Also someone from PAGCOR, and then also we have also from a geodetic engineer watching, and also from the Museum Foundation of the Philippines, from UP Archaeological Studies Program. Thank you for watching, and I know you would be happy to listen to our professor, Dr. Jobber, our archaeologist, Dr. Jobbers Bersales, to the Cultural Heritage Resource Associates, CIT, Cebu Institute of Technology, University, Negros State University, Bayawan. Thank you very much to everyone in the Central Visayas, to all those in the Negros Island, to the UP Visayas Camaragtas, FIFI, the Region 7. So this is a Philippine Fiber Development Authority, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much for watching. And also to the university, someone from the University of Santo Tomas, someone from Mandaue City, LGU, to the Department of Education, Aramas MMA Society, USC Carolinian Historical Society, Homeschooling Advocate and Parent Literacy Storing Advocate, UC Banilad, CPM Vietnam. Thank you very much for those in Vietnam watching us and joining our event. University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Diwa Learning Systems, Mabolo Night High School, Buluon Parish Museum. Thank you very much, Buluon. To Orlan, thank you for joining us. Leyte Normal University, Visayas State University, Tolosa, UP Cebu, and everyone, even if you have not registered and you're joining us, and thank you very much to all those who are on the National Quincentennial Committee page. Say maayong hapon, or you say hashtag Warrior Dagami, hashtag Warrior Dagami, as for us to recognize you. Thank you very much to those at the Pamgrass Facebook page who are saying hi. Maayong hapon to Brian Golosino, to Daniel Nino Paklihan, maayong hapon. Pamgrass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. Good to see you again. We are happy, Danielle, that you are here with us again. To our Central Visayas Association of Museums Chair, 𝗙𝗲𝗄𝗎 Bacalso Cabañez, thank you for being with us. And do share our Facebook Live event, this broadcast, so that everyone, your friends, would also be able to listen and to travel back with us to 2,000 years ago. And of course, 𝗙𝗲𝗄𝗎, I know you're part of this digging, the archaeological diggings of excavation by Dr. Jobber. So you would also be sharing your experience with us through the comment section, because you're not here right now. So I know you're very excited to see our panelists already, but before that, we would like to present to you this video about 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. This was made, I guess, in 2018 by our intern from UP Cebu, University of the Philippines, Cebu Mass Communications. And she made this because it was the anniversary of 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. So thank you very much to everyone who just came in from Kulturang Sugbuanon. Why are you not in Bahag yet? You should be in Bahag. Jed, you should be in Bahag. You should join the Kuan. You should join this Warrior Dagami contest of who will win the Warrior Dagami this in 2021. So this is the video. So thank you very much for that video, and it says the Gami revolt, but actually it's a resistance. We are not yet able to edit that video. So it was a resistance of the Cebuanos against the troops or the Spanish forces led by Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. So it was barely a month. The Miguel Lopez de Legazpi arrived in Cebu on April 27, 1565. And of course, they used the they used their tactic of they burned the city, burned the granary to cut the food supply of the Spaniards, and they went up the mountains. And barely a month, on May 23, so the Gami with the warriors in other warriors and other chiefs in Cebu made an ambush against the troops of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. They cut off the head of of the assistant of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi, Pedro de Arana. They brought his head back to Gabi, which is Cordova right now, and they made a feast with the head on a pole. But 2 years after, so the Gami was found out, and he was arrested. He was caught by Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. They also cut off the Gami's head, and they put his head on a pole right where he ambushed 2 years before the troops of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. So, but then we usually don't know much about the Gami. That's why Pamgras, the Cebu Heritage Hotel, made it a point to name this Hardin, this restaurant, roof deck restaurant and bar, in honor of warrior the Gami, so that everyone would know about this fierce warrior, this fierce Cebuano warrior, the Gami. And then, of course, we also know that a few days after that May 23 ambush, Miguel Lopez de Legazpi hostaged 20 Cebuanos, including the sister-in-law of 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and the nieces of 𝗵𝗲𝗄. And Legazpi demanded that 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and the other chiefs in Cebu would appear before him and submit to Spain for the hostages to be freed. And on June 3, 9 Cebu chiefs, including 𝗵𝗲𝗄, appeared before Legazpi. But who was the chief who was not around, who did not want to appear to submit to Spain? So of course, we know that even the chiefs went to Legazpi. It was not heartfelt that they submitted to Spain, but there was one chief who did not join the other chiefs in appearing before Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. And who was the chief? It was Chief Dagami of Gabi. Isog kaayo, hait kaayo. So he did not submit to Spain. He did not come. So it was on June 4, 𝗏𝗏 was forced to sign an agreement of allegiance to Spain. But of course, that quote and unquote surrender did not end the resistance. They continued to spy on the Spaniards. They made like ambush. They had this resistance, like they poisoned the Spaniards, and they would have sniping attacks against the headquarters of the Spaniards. That's why Legazpi ordered that the houses around their fort would be burned so that they would know who is coming. So that's how fierce the warriors were. Daghang salamat to everyone who just who greeted us. Anne Marie Dapat, thank you for watching, and also to Paul Anthony Colina, daghang salamat for being with us, for saying hi to Cian G. Jose of in the 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃 page. Daghang salamat for being with us. So if you have questions for our later, when you have questions or comments, or if you want to comment something, just comment on the Facebook pages in 𝗙𝗃𝗃 and Panelists sa Cebu Heritage Hotel, because that's what I am looking at. So now, di na ta maglangan, we would now like to introduce to you our esteemed, our renowned panelists, our panelists this afternoon who will travel back with us to 500 years ago, to 2,000 years ago. So first, I would like to introduce to you our panelist who is with us for the first time, and we're so happy and we're so glad. It's our pleasure that she is with us. She is a visiting scholar at Ateneo de Zamboanga University. She was a former associate professor and former chair of the Department of History of Ateneo de Manila University. She holds masters in both his master's and doctor's degrees in history from the University of the Philippines. She published works on warfare and a translation of the 19th century book of Felix Laureano, and she continues her research on the Malay world, the global trade systems, warfare, and the interconnections in the region. Please help me welcome our one of our panelists in our forum this afternoon. We have with us the lovely Dr. Feliz Noel Rodriguez.
Daghang salamat sa inyong tanan. Maayong hapon sa tanan. I'm happy to be here and thank you for inviting me.
Daghang salamat, Dr. Feliz. I can really feel that Christmas is coming with your name. Feliz Noel. It's really a Christmas name. It's a happy name. Thank you very much for being with us. So we would also like to introduce to you our 𝗥ci resource person. He is our go-to person whenever we want to ask something about history. And he is also the heritage consultant of the Cebu provincial government. He is a professor at the University of San Carlos, Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and History. He is the director of the University of San Carlos Museum, and he is our archaeologist in Cebu. Please help me welcome the gorgeous Dr. Jovers Reyes Versales.
Gorgeous kay Gore.
Gore.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm not the only archaeologist in Cebu. Huh? There's Dr. John Peterson who works also.
You are the archaeologist in Cebu.
No.
Only. Daghang salamat, Dr. Jovers, for being with us. And I know you're so excited that Dr. Jovers and Dr. Feliz are with us because they will be the drivers in this spaceship. I mean, in this time machine, going back to our past, 500 years ago, and even more than 2,000 years ago. I know you're excited. You should ask your questions because this is a panel discussion. It's just like we would be asking them questions as we go along. And so your questions and your comments would be read by me as we go along. So, and then also, we would like to you to see our our contestants right now. So aside from us discussing this 500 years ago, by the way, I would like you to know that the things I said about the 𝗙𝗲𝗻, warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗻, are in the book of William Henry Scott on Looking for the Pre-Hispanic Filipino. And if you want to know more about the 16th century barangay, so you should get hold of this book, and it's also available here at Palmgrass Bookshop. And this is it, barangay. So we also have this history, the Cebu history that is about Cebu history published by Palmgrass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. To know more about the short history of Cebu, 1500s to 1890s, this is in the book by Junicio C, published by Palmgrass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. And so we would also like you to know that one of the highlights of our event this afternoon is this cosplay contest. And it's a different cosplay contest because it's not the cosplay contest for the animes or other characters. This is a cosplay contest on our hero, our warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗻. So we have a warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗻 cosplay contest, and we would like you to introduce to you our contestants already here. Can we let them? May we show them already? They're still changing. Wala pa? Naan na sila? So can we have them, please? They're not yet ready. So thank you very much to everyone, to Francis Dwayne Branzuela, maayong hapon. And also I haven't seen those at the 𝗙𝗏𝗻𝗄ci page. Please also say maayong hapon or #warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗻 for us to know that you are there, for us to recognize you. And so we have, because our contestants are not yet here, are not yet ready to walk the runway. So we would now start. Asa na sila? Supposedly we're going to show them. Asa sila? So do you have? So we have this warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗻 cosplay contest for our youth to reconnect with the roots, that we should be proud of our warriors and we should be proud of our pre-colonial way of dressing. So we touch base, our youth are touching base with our roots through this cosplay contest. So they are now ready to take the runway. So we have 6 contestants this afternoon. So right now they will just you will just see them and they will not yet talk. So you would learn about them more later. So we have contestant. May we have our music, please? So we have contestant number 1. So we have contestant number 1, 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃𝗏. So we have 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃𝗏, contestant number 1. So we have contestant number 2, 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃. Contestant number 3, 𝗕𝗲𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗃. Contestant number 4, Ferdinand Azcaraga. Contestant number 5, Sean Sahico. Contestant number 6, Jovel Sabandal. So daghang salamat to our contestants and our candidates for our cosplayers. So our cosplayers for the Warrior Dagami cosplay contest. Daghang salamat. So stay tuned everyone, for they are actually going to present to explain their character and also to answer a question from our judges this afternoon. So our judges are still, of course, our panelists, Dr. Jobers Bersales and Dr. Feliz Noel Rodriguez. And the tiebreaker would be me. Walay lain. Yeah. So we also we will also hear this afternoon the sharing from our Panday sa Pinuti of Basak, Cebu City. Their family has been doing blacksmithing for centuries or since the time that they can remember. Their family, their bloodline has been doing blacksmithing. We will also have a Pandayan owner or shop owner sharing with us. Is Kerwin Silva already around? Oh yeah, so we're so happy that the young the owner, I mean the shop son, sumusunod na ni siya of a shop, of a Pandayan shop, is here with us. But our Panday, you will see him on a video. So now we would like to we would now begin our discussion. So for those, please do please please do type your question, type your comments in the comment section for our panelists. If you have a question, if you have a comment, so Cian maayong hapon sad in the NQC page. So Ferdinand Pagaw, daghang salamat. I know you're from Taguig, and I know you're so excited to come here already. So Ferdinand Pagaw, tumutunghay mula sa sangay ng paaralan ng lungsod ng Taguig at bayan ng Pateros. Daghang salamat, Ferdinand Pagaw, for being with us again. Do share with your students and co-teachers this event. So now we would like to have our panelist, Dr. Feliz Rodriguez, to already answer a question. Dr. Feliz,
Okay.
maayong hapon.
Maayong hapon.
Yes. So you are you excited to see our candidates for our cosplayers for Warrior Dagami?
Yes, very much so.
Yes. So we are discussing about the ancient weapons in the Visayas, and then we would like to know what are the sources available to shed light on the early weapons used.
Oh, okay. To do that, may I share with you my slide to answer?
Yes.
Okay. To do that, here we have slideshow, and I will start with my first slide. Okay. Am I sharing now?
Yes, yes, we have seen your slide now.
Okay, okay. So you asked me what sources are available to shed light on what weapons were used at that time. Here we have just a manner of looking into chronicles, dictionaries, archaeological, anthropological artifacts, and illustrations as well. And that's a boon to all of us to have these illustrations. So, for example, for chronicles, we have Antonio Pigafetta. These are just examples. There are many, many more. But we have Antonio Pigafetta, which is always used primarily because he was he chronicled, of course, the circumnavigation of the Magellan expedition. So here, like we see, he writes down everything, every detail. So it's very rich. As well with Miguel de Luarca, who was stationed in Panay, actually, but he also wrote on Cebu, for example. And then you have the Boxer Codex. It's called Boxer because it was discovered by Charles Boxer, and there was there are publications now of translations of this Boxer Codex, which also have the illustrations, and you can look at them of that period, you know, 16th, 17th century. And also, of course, the Jesuit priest, Father Ignacio Alsina, published in 1668, but he was in the Visayan region and assigned there for around 30 years. So there has been translation already of 3 volumes of the transcription and the translation to English from the earlier version, so of the from Spanish to English by Fathers Kovach and Gutierrez, published by the University of Santo Tomas. So this is another example. So I mentioned chronicles. So they recount, you know, what they saw, what they gathered, their dealings with people, and also they're very rich because there's description. But remember, these descriptions are from their point of view. And they're Spaniards, right? Or they're the conquistadores. They're the ones. So everything, of course, is from their perspective. So you will see some descriptions that you will have to assess and sift through with a grain of salt. But very rich for us are the dictionaries and glossaries. For example, we have here of the Vocabulario de la Lengua Bisaya, by Mateo Sanchez, so 1711, but actually he's earlier than Father Alsina. And this is very rich because it is the Bisaya. So if you know Bisaya, you can look at it and read it, and here you will see the articulation of so many things, not only of material things, so that is very rich as well, because it gives you a view of what was there, what the world was like. And I can show you later more about that. But for me, this is available online. You can look at this dictionary and you speak Visayan, and you will see there how it's used in sentences and the descriptions of it. So again, very rich that you can look at. And then the first ever vocabulary that was used was the or glossary or list of words of the Visayan, of course, was written by Pigafetta. So there's again a translation by Skelton of the French version. So there's the Italian, but this one is from the French version, which is a manuscript that is now in Yale University, which I think the National Historical Commission under Ian Alfonso and Rene Escalante were able to obtain for the public to see. So the translation and the original manuscript is there. So for example, I pick out here just the list of the weapons. So they said bosug, which is the bow, ogon, the arrow, kalasan, meaning kalasag, maybe the shields, but from his hearing, from Pigafetta's hearing, he saw it as kalasan, and then the baluti, which is their garments in fighting, and then the baladaw, which is the swords, and then which is kalix or kalis or baladaw, and then the spear, which is the bangkaw. So aside from the vocabulary, you also have artifacts, and I will not go into detail on this because Dr. Jober Spersales will touch on this, but just to show you, there are archaeological and anthropological artifacts. So if they're not available in anthropological ways, like I, as a historian, I try to look based on the description, which are words, to look into possibilities and see what it could have looked like based on the description. So again, we have to be very careful because they are not that, but that they can be akin to. So it develops a certain type of historical and creative imagination. And then, of course, very rich and something that all can look at are the illustrations, which are all available now. those by Father Francisco Ignacio Alcina, and those in the Boxer Codex. So aside from the illustrations, the dictionaries, the chronicles, and then you put them together. So it's like piecing the puzzle together.
Yes. So we have seen your so many sources, Dr. Feliz, and then they have these are so many books, and our audience are so lucky right now because you are making it easy for them that they would no longer have to read each of this book, but of course they have to in the future. But right now, Dr. Feliz will be explaining to us the contents of this book in just 5 minutes or so. so, so there is already actually a question for you, Dr. Feliz, but you will answer this later during your when you discuss the details of the weapons 500 years ago. So the question for you from 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃, an educator from 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗃, and his question is, you don't need to answer right now. It's where are 𝗕𝗲 and 𝗎𝗎 part of the ancient indigenous warfare of our forefathers? So stay tuned, Ferdinand, for the answer to your question. So keep the questions coming. They're so excited to answer your questions. So thank you very much, Dr. Feliz, for sharing with us the sources, the references for the ancient weapons. So now we would like to have our archaeologist who excavated just recently, and he is so also it's a pleasure for him to share with us, to travel back in time with us, like travel back 2000 years ago, to more than 2000 years ago. So we want to have our archaeologist, the archaeologist and the only archaeologist in Cebu, Dr. Jobers Reynes Bersales.
Let me clarify, I'm not the only archaeologist in
Ah,
Cebu.
you are not the only
Dr.
DI.
John Peterson also
Sorry.
excavating. And in fact,
Oh,
he's very good now. He's also with the
yes.
Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and
So how many
and he,
archaeologists are you in
and
Cebu,
two of us
Doctor?
at least who are actively excavating.
You
And
are
the
the two.
excavation we recently conducted in San Remigio was with him also, with Dr. John Peterson
Yes.
as
So
principal.
thank you for clarifying. And then so now, Dr. Jober, so you were digging just recently. You were excavating, and then you found some artifacts in the Iron Age of Cebu. So we would like to know what was the social system in Cebu during the Iron Age?
But that's not easy to answer because very little has been written about Iron Age or what is called the Philippine Metal Age in Cebu. We know from the publications of Wilhelm Solheim that the iron that he found evidence of the Metal Age at Kalanay Cave in Masbate, which is the Bible of much of the analysis done by archaeologists. This is publication, this book, the Archaeology of Central Research. Well, unfortunately, he passed away already. He taught at ASP for quite a long time. So in terms of the social system, we could see from the excavations we've conducted since 2011 with the National Museum of the Philippines that at least they believed in an afterlife. At least we know that they believed in afterlife. They buried their dead carefully, and their feet were pointing to the sea, so they must have certain beliefs of traveling to the next world or the afterlife by water. Except that we found burials that are not pointed, or the feet are turned the other way around, not pointed to the sea. So you can still say that the jury is still out. You still cannot say this is a product of ritual practice. So that, and then you find earthenwares with the burials. So they knew and so mostly three. So it seems they put water, some food, and then some other items in the travel to the next world. So that much we know. They have a religion. They constituted their families. In our 2011-2012 excavation with the National Museum, we found that of the burials had malocclusion. So nagsapaw-sapaw ang ngipon. Their teeth were, maloccluded. And that's a sign, that's genetic. it happens, it runs along families. So we could say that of the people who found in 2011, 2012 were probably relatives. This year, the excavation we conducted last month and the previous month, we didn't find malocclusion. So this is a bit they're not different, but they're not necessarily that related. But you'll only have to confirm that with DNA analysis that has to be done in the United States, which is part of what we have now. This is a Northern Cebu archaeological project that we're carrying out with the National Museum of the Philippines with funding from the 𝗙𝗲𝗶𝗰𝗲 Foundation.
Okay. Dr. Jobers, thank you very much. Actually, we would like to ask you if you have an earphone right now. I know our audience online they
Can't hear
are the sound is clear, but this is a blended event and we need you to have an earphone so that our audience nga daghan na diri. So this is our first after the MECQ that we have more
Okay, I
physical
have an
audience.
headphone. Okay.
So thank you very much everyone for being here with us. Our tables are nearly filled. So they're excited to see you, Dr. Jobbers, and to hear about your finds, your artifacts and your digging. So now we would like to know what kinds and forms and shapes of iron weapons have you excavated?
Okay. I can show you some examples if you allow me to share.
Yes.
But how do you? Yeah.
So
Okay.
you sent us your slides, your photos. You would show it for you.
Okay. Can you do that? Sige.
Yes, yes, we can do that.
Yeah. Can you show the PowerPoint I sent earlier? Okay. That's not the start. It's already the end. Okay. Now, you notice that these are stone tools. No? So and they were recovered in Karkar in the late 60s, early 70s by Dr. Rosa Tenazas and her students. No? These are not metal implements. These are made of stone, and they probably date to the Neolithic period of Karkar. So it's about maybe 3,000 to about 4,000 years before the present, before now, and they're all made of stone. So we had tools. We found tools in Napo, Karkar, which are made of stone, and some are depending sa function. Some are for beating bark of a tree to make into fiber for your clothes. I mean for your bahag or for your to cover the private parts. Um, Others are for like mortar and pestle. The others are also for cutting trees. The sharper ones are called adjes, no? Like this one at the edge, this one near the end. And you have smaller stone tools. Now, many of these at the University of San Carlos Museum, but unfortunately, it's closed now because it's because of the pandemic. Next, I think there's more. Next, yeah, these ones we recovered in 2011 with the National Museum excavation at San Remigio. One looks like a guna or a weeding tool, very small one. But four others, well, three of the four others, the first three here, look like chisels or harpoons. These were held by an old person with a melon shell scoop rimas for removing water from a boat. These are either small spearheads or for fish, or I really don't know what the function would have been. I suspect it's like that. So next. Now, well, in the downtown Cebu archaeological excavations, this is just an example of a dagger, pinuti, which would have the blades would have been on both ends, about both ends. But the hilt, the handle part, the tongue, was covered with these bones. No, could be ivory, probably not ivory, probably some kind of bone. No, not cow. Of course, cows were introduced by the Spaniards, so it could be any antler bone and other kinds of bones, cattle, bovine bones. No? I mean, carabao bone or something. But the suspicion is it could also be ivory, to decorate the handle. Okay, next. This one is an example also from Bantayan, from a looted bantigi in Bantayan, which is at Museo Sugbo. It was donated by the one who bought this. I think it was donated by 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃, who collected this in the 2015, 2012. After a storm, these things were recovered. And that's a bangkaw, no? That's a spear that Felice mentioned earlier, bangkaw. Next. Oh, here are sets of bangkaws, or probably, yeah, or well, no, not bangkaw. This is not bangkaw. These are probably dags. No, the tongues are clearly they're not bangkaw. So it's mislabel on my part. Anyway, these are clearly kind of mga pinuti, small ones. Okay, next. Masig na copy-paste na nako diretso ang label. Now, this one, very long weapon. Talibong or kampilan. There are thin kampilans. There are thick kampilans which are for kanang for ceremonial purposes. But I think this is not ceremonial. It's very thin. It's very long, almost like kanang ingog talibong, the blade of a talibong grass or talibon grass. Could be a kampilan or a talibong. No? And also from Bantayan. Next. Now, sadly, this is from looted sites. We don't know the burials because they were sold to, I think, 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃𝗃. They were sold to him, and we decided to donate it to Museo Sugbo. So we there's no context. Nobody knows. I mean, it must have been beautiful to look at the burial. I mean, it would have been important to look at the burial and how it was placed and what the kind of person this was given. This one looks like a chisel. It's a thick one, actually. No, it's probably for boat building. It's probably for clearing the trunk of a tree to create the casco or the keel of the bottom of the boat. Next, or tib, yeah. And these are smaller ones we found in the last excavations in San Remigio. They look like they're cut, no? They're blunt, but they're actually that's the design. We looked for the other parts, we couldn't find any, and iron doesn't rust that fast, where only a portion will disappear while the rest will still be found. So this must be the original design, and there are two of them. So we confirmed that we are very small, very small, and they were associated with what we suspect are female burials. No? So this could be kanang private. They're small weapons they carry around when they roam, when they travel or whatever, but they're quite small. No? Next, finally, and now also these weapons, mga daggers with tongues and with hilts, we recovered from San Remigio. Yeah, so you find these kinds of shapes. They're all functional, no? I don't think they were ceremonial. If there was no looting in Cebu or looting in the Visayas and Mindanao in the 1980s, 70s, and 60s, we would have found many of those that are reported at the Manila Metropolitan Museum. They have a handle made of gold, handle of a dagger made of gold. They have all these things made of gold. They're clearly functional. They're not. I don't think I don't think you go to war bringing around your gold dagger with you, unless there's a lot of gold around. So we can only speculate. Archaeologists can only speculate how it must have looked in the burials and why they were buried. Was it ceremonial, ritual, or an everyday thing that people carried around weapons like this with gold handles? No, we don't know. That's the sad reality of treasure hunting, which we always campaign against. No? Yeah, thank you.
So, Dr. Jobber, so it's so interesting for us. And so most of those you found were in the northern part of Cebu, Bantayan, San Remigio. Or did you also find something like when you had diggings in Bulhoon?
Yes, yeah. We found also weapons with some of the burials, not all of them. And
Also,
well, yeah.
so how deep were you digging, Dr. Jobbers, when you were
Well, in
digging for?
excavations, it doesn't matter actually the depth. It depends because there are problems. The, the context of the present cannot be used to infer on the past in terms of the surface. Sometimes in Bolhon, the burials were just about 10 centimeters because they cleared they leveled the ground when the church was built. So no, it was leveled, and so you have burials that are very very near the surface. So some are very deep, some were very deep. In San Remigio, they're about of 70 centimeters to about 1 meter deep. But that's because that's a function of the present surface, no. So you can't really say that at a certain burials are always found at certain depths. You'll have to factor in the present, what happened to the present surface, and all that. Yeah.
So it's very interesting that when they are buried, they also bury the weapons of the dead. With so was it
There's
just
a theory. There are two theories about ritual. I mean, not two theories, but there's always this postmodernist theory. I mean, post-processual and post-processual theory in archaeology. You know, that you have to remember that when somebody dies, he does not bury himself. He or she does not bury himself.
yes?
In Philippine context, maybe somebody will say, this one must be buried with me," things like that. But what if you suddenly die and you have no to prepare? So I think what we find in burials are the memories of people burying the dead. So how do they remember the dead? This person loved this one. This person carried this one. So they bury them like that. That's one theory. That's one possibility. The other is, of course, that in the next world you have to carry a knife because you go through this world and it's full of evil people and you have to fight. You have to fight. So you carry food, you carry water, but you also have to fight. Yeah. So those are two things: memory or preparing the death for the ritual transfer to the next world. And these are the requirements. There must be a weapon. There must be this one. There must be this one. Or is it because that is how the people burying the dead remember when he was alive? So there are two possible explanations, and that explains why some of the burials you will find do not have weapons. So we find burials with no weapons. When they travel to the next world, my God, they will not be protected. Or maybe they have other protection.
So Dr. Jobbers, I know so our audience would also like to hear more. But I'm just curious. So are those weapons beside the one being buried really, or were these men or women, or are the were
The,
the
prob- the, pro- the problem with burial is the body moves in the decomposition process. It's just called autonomy in archaeology. You know? The body can move, things can move, turbation, roots of trees along the way. But what we can determine is all these tools were on top of the body. They were well, in at least in San Remigio, the daggers were pointed. The sharp end were pointed towards the head. So it must have been placed where the handle is on the bottom side, tubang ang blade side, usually at the right side or at the left side. There was one also at the center. So I don't see any meaning behind that, I think. Because when body is wrapped and it's buried down, it can move. And so life can move elsewhere, can move things like that. But they were always placed with the body.
yes?
They was worn or placed on the. They're never far away. Never. Excuse me.
And it's pointed to the head. So anyway, it's really
Well, for San Remigio, yes. For San
because they
Remigio,
would
it was
be
pointed to
ready.
that. In Bolono, no. Bolono,
Because
it was the other way around.
yes, if they would be ready if there's an enemy at the other world, then they have to get ready with a weapon on top of the body. It's so just near the reach. It's within reach. So thank you very much, Dr. Jobbers. We would have Dr. Jobbers again for more questions in a while. So we would now go back to 500 years ago. So in the contact period, or in well, we would like to have Dr. Feliz Noel, Dr. Phyllis, to discuss. Dr. Phyllis, maayong hapon once again. So we have this interesting discussion of Dr. Jobbers of the Dead carrying weapons to prepare for their enemies in the other world. So now we would like to have to know more about the 1521, 1565 Visayan Society. So we would like to know highlights of the economy and social system, social structure in 1521, or when the Spaniards came to our islands, and in 1565 in the early Spanish occupation.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Jobers, for that, because he spoke about burials, right? And actually, we can look at the chronicles or the writings, for example, with Legazpi. He had to give out a policy because they found that so much gold also were interred with the dead. So the Spaniards started digging up the and getting the gold. So there was a policy to say you're not allowed to dig unless there's someone available, so that the royalty or the king gets a cut of what you find. So
there was much looting, right? And then they were looting the dead, so the Cebuanos were so angry.
Of course, that's sacred ground, and you're getting it for for your own benefit, of course. So that's one of the it's there in the records as well. So when you ask about the economy, I have actually I would look into trading, raiding, and of course there was agriculture, there was fishing, and you see that in all the documents. For example, in the trade alone, when the Magellan expedition arrived and he wanted to trade, of course, when he saw Raja Colambu says, oh, there's this place that is quite, which was the center which handles a lot of trade, and he pointed out, of course, to Cebu, and so here Raja Colambu says that himself. And when Magellan does arrive in Cebu and he says, I want to trade, there's a system. Says, okay, if you want to trade, there was this system of where are your gifts. So there was a system of knowing when you come. There's a policy, there's a ritual, to the trade and to the exchange. And of course, he says, "Oh, I don't do that because my king is the greatest king, etc." But aside from that, the other one is there was a Bendara who was a relative. So the Bendara, that term alone is you can see that in other trading societies in Asia, for example, in Malacca. So, and then aside from that, so there's trading, and you will see also the goods. So you have there with all the Chinese wares, for example, and we know then that there was trade going on because of the plates where the turtle's eggs were put. So Pigafetta describes all that. But aside from that as well, you have the gongs, even the gongs, for the kulintang and all were made in China. So, and aside from that, of course, we all know that when Pigafetta arrived, Pigafetta mentions that the Rajas would understand the trade language, which was Malay, and that he says, oh, the heads of these areas would know many different languages because of the trade. And we know that there was one from, according to Pigafetta there, he mentions Siam. So somebody who was not from there, who was there to trade both gold and slaves as well, aside from other things. So, but there was a lot of trade going on with regards to slaves and gold. So in terms of slaves, there was also raiding that was going on. So in Tagalog society, we call it mangayaw, no, or mangubat. And there was by sea or by land, but mostly by sea, because we're an archipelago, many different islands. And so the head actually, or the chief, or the datu, or the raja, gained power not based on land, because there was plentiful land, but on the labor, on people who were his following. So if you look at the sources, there would be like, oh, they would say there's the head chief, like the datu or the raja, then there would be the timawa, and the timawa were actually the people who would, you know, row the boats or be assistants to the head, or to the whoever the leader was. And then you had the oripun, which was like everybody. And oripun can mean slaves, but it can mean many different things. It can mean I mean, there are many different levels and divisions. And as you showed earlier, the book by by William Henry Scott, Barangay, like lists them all down. But if you also want, go, you know, look into Alcina's work as well, and he names, and then also with Luarca. So here, of course, we all know they are known as pintados, meaning they painted they tattooed their bodies. But the brave, of course, because it would be painful to have your body tattooed. But women also actually tattooed themselves, and this was in the arms, or sometimes only, they say for women, only in the arms. That's what Boxer Codex mentions. But the others would tattoo themselves. And then they would go on raiding, and with raiding, they would summon the spirits and all, and prepare all the ships, for example. And you mentioned 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃, or the
Yes.
Zamboanga here. Yeah. So, and then this is from Alcina himself in his book. So there are many different types, right? For there's the panko, there's the piroko, there's the baloto. And then when they go and raid, that's to get slaves, right? Or to slaves and other things. You know, they would come. When you talk about raiding, pangangayaw, it's not only you know, you going and getting people. No, there's a whole ritual to it. So I mentioned earlier the pagdaga, and then later on when they come, you know, the people now, there's in the boats, they make the sound just to instill fear on the people. So you have the bodong, the sound, the tambor, and this one is actually from Indonesia. This is not Visayan, but from the description of Alcina, I was thinking, these were used precisely with for the making of the sounds before they go and raid a place. And then, of course, the rhythmic drumming of the karatong. So here is an example from and then in the boats, and you have that there. And I think Dr. Borinaga also explains it well, the designs, you know, and then the symbols also that were put, which was the sombol, feathers, plumage, and then the pennants also, or what you call flags that were used, that were put there. And sometimes, you see, when you go and raid, it's the sound, but it's also the sight. So you have to instill fear on people. So how do you instill fear? You know, you have to look fierce, and that is to scare. And when you scare people, you know, there's that panic, and with that panic, they wouldn't know how to do, and therefore it's easily captured. So here is a 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃. It's not in actually in Alcina's book. This one is already later period and from the Moluccas, but Alcina actually uses the word 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃, you know, and for other places they call it 𝗃𝗃𝗃 or 𝗙𝗃𝗃, but to show you similarities also between the different Southeast Asian places. And this, is not Visayan, because here at this time there's the Lantaka, which is the canon, which during that time Alcina doesn't mention that there was at that time in the Visayas. So here, if you see there's a platform, and actually that platform is where um, the people who were called Mabolor, because they were on the what they call buralones. And then here, Alcina's illustration mentions esclavo, so slave, his equivalent of slave. But possibly, I'm saying this would have been a Horohanes, meaning because he is holding an oar. So there were people who were scheduled to row the boat. So here we have an example of a slave. But take notice also of the illustration. While he's fully tattooed, he has the paladao, and he has the oar, he has the pudong on his head, but he's also wearing gold, Slave here doesn't mean the European equivalent of chattel slave, though there is that version, the bihag, but here you have also they have property. He and also his wife here, the woman in the photograph has earrings, So just to give you an example of that. So more or less, that's just a sweep to what society was like. And so you have to think, when the Spaniards came, when for example, we're talking about the Gami, right? When the Gaspi arrived, for example, and for the Visayans at that time, when you go and raid, you take what you want, you go back to your country, right? Or you go back to your place. Here, the Spaniards already took what they wanted, but they were not leaving. So what do you do with them? So you had to try to make sure that that's why there was famine. There was no food, aside from, of course, being disrupted. The agricultural, the farming was being disrupted because the Spaniards arrived. But aside from that, they were not leaving. So that was a problem. So the people, when they get raided, go to the hills, go somewhere else. And you see that in all the stories. When Magellan came, for example, and was attacking Mactan, the people were leaving with their things and going up and burning. And so here as well with the Gami, they had to do something. And that's why also you'll have to understand, and here William Henry Scott writes about it, when why did 𝗏𝗏𝗏
Betray.
betray it's all there. You have to understand the social system, that was there, to understand the movement. And so that actually is what is important in everything when we study life then. How did they move? How did they act? Why did they act that way? And the best way, of course, is to look also at the dictionaries. Because the chronicles, we just tell the story of the winner, right? But we have to look into the story from the other side, from our perspective. And how do we do that? So that is in our language, and that is in the dictionaries, in the articulation of material things, of ways of thinking.
Yes. So it's very interesting that that was the way of the response of the Cebuanos or the Visayans at that time, when supposedly their way of warfare is they just go, they raid, and they leave. And the Spaniards came and they stayed. So what did the Gami do? So of course, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 burned the granary. They went to the hills. But the Gami also ambushed Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. They took off the head. They cut off the head of the assistant Pedro de Arana, brought the head to. So now we are now going to understand this. We would now like to speculate this afternoon. What could be the weapon used by the Gami? How could have the Gami, the warriors in the Visayas, look like at that time? So now we have this other question for you, Dr. Phyllis. So may we, please describe the Visayan warriors. What were the colors worn and what did they signify?
Okay. Actually, when you look at colors, for example, we have to think of that world, right? Of that society in Technicolor. And thankfully, we have, for example, here, a sample of Daragangan. And the Daragangan is somebody of stature who has killed, so this is a title given actually to those of esteem. And the clothes worn, as here in the Boxer Codex, is the man is wearing red. So when you look at Technicolor, look at also 𝗙𝗃𝗃, because 𝗙𝗃𝗃 also gives what are the different dyes used to give color. What are the things around? And so here, these are samples given by the Boxer Codex, you know. So even here, even the borders that were used, so the plants, the animals, when we look at weapons, we have to think, what were the materials used to make this weapons? So this is 𝗙𝗃𝗃, it's black and white, and I'm showing this because of this is 𝗙𝗃𝗃, this is a dance actually between two men, but you can see that, and we will use this again and again, but here, an example of that. And the houses on trees, and you see that also with, for example, the ethnic group, the Subanen in the Zamboanga Peninsula, where to run from raids being done to them, they have houses above on trees. So here I give you what colors were used. So there were many different kinds of colors, and I will go further, and what I will just mention now is the color red. You see, the color red was very important, and only a person who has killed, for example, can wear the color red. And if you wear red, but you don't really know how to, you know, if you haven't really killed, or you're not a brave person, but you're wearing red, they always say, oh, you're just like the palalaka bird. And then they laugh at you, because a palalaka bird is like a woodpecker, you know, very loud, makes a lot of sound, and has this red crest on his head, but it's just a bird. So for me, interestingly, you can look into the Mateo Sanchez dictionaries, you can look at 𝗙𝗃𝗃 to look at the different colors, and then you look at when Legazpi arrived on the shores, they said the men were with multicolored headdresses. So that's the point, multicolored headdresses. So what does that mean? And then also with feathers, plumage. So the use of birds. And later on, I'll show you those photos, but just the colors. And then I don't know why 𝗙𝗃𝗃 says, oh, they didn't like the color green very much. Maybe because the foliage around is already all green, so they didn't want the green. But yellow and red especially, and red is from the now in different ethnic groups, and even in areas they use the 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃, but and for red, but he mentioned a certain type, which is the Nino, according to 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃, which is the brighter red that is used, that is not like the 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃, but bigger. And then they mix colors, and that gives many other different colors as well. But again, I reiterate, it's really to instill fear towards your enemy or somebody you're capturing. You know, that's the point. You know, you make sounds, you shout, you scream, you make faces, and you know that's and your shield, your face, your headdress, the way you present yourself, that's really because you want to instill fear on the other. And of course, everything has meaning, has symbols, and all that. So I hope I answered that question.
Yes, thank you very much. So we are now wearing red, Dr. Feliz. I
I
hope
know.
the people are scared right now of us. So we have not killed yet physically, but we may have killed figuratively. so, so anyway, so we have the right of wearing red. So I'm wearing actually hablon sargao, the fabric
Oh,
from
nice.
Argao, woven by the women of Argao with the traditional loom. So so of course you said they were wearing red, they're pudong, right? So the
Yes.
warriors were wearing red to instill fear. So now
Yes.
we would also like to know, I remember when we went to Sulu and the team at Pangras went to Sulu. We had this the young men of the Tausug were actually showing us their war dance. And then
Mm-hmm.
they showed us that before they go to a war, they would have a ritual, like they would pray for the Chris. I mean, on the Chris, actually, they would have prayers. So I would like to know, like, that was the Tausug way of warfare. They have I think religious rituals before going to war. So I would like to know, in the Visayas, did the spiritual realm come into the method of engagement and in weapons, and what were some of the beliefs?
Okay. Of course, when you go and raid, it's an entire preparation for attack, right? So you get the people together, you get maybe neighboring places to come and help with the raid. The balangay or karakoa or the prahu, all were ready. Your swords, your daggers, your spears, bows or arrows, they were being sharpened, and your armors and your shields, and allied towns also were invited to partake in the field in the raids, and so the strategy of attack was planned. But part of the preparation is not only physical, it's also the spiritual. So as you say, with the Tausug and with many other different ethnic groups who go on raids, or before doing anything, actually, even before planting, before, there was the part of the preparation which involved summoning the spirits or the anitos, and the anitos took many forms. And uh, you see, we believe in the spirit world. Everything had spirits, the trees, the plants, and I think there was always the necessity not to disturb. So there were the beneficent, and also those that wanted to harm. But in both, it was always, how do we appease them? How do we make sure that things are being done in the whole, natural way, and the whole spiritual way of doing things. So part of the preparation, so pagdaga, summoning of the spirits or the anitos, and the anitos, one of the anitos that was called was the 𝗙𝗲𝗋𝗋, which was known as the serpent twin of a warrior who joined him in battles. So I think in other cultures as well, even in Tausug, I read a short story where there is a belief in a twin, that the twin serpent who will help you or guide you. And sometimes they, especially in battles, so when you go, and even Father Alcina believed in it. And then prayers were also offered to other anitos, like the rainbow, the barangao, inaginid, makandok, for example. And then they would always say the preparation for the battle is useless unless you have the anitos on your side. And of course, the summoning of the spirits to be on your side was called the pagdaga, literally translated as that we may conquer. And then this one, it's mentioned by Alcina, taken up also in Scott's barangay. But Alcina, he gets it from Alcina when Alcina says, to bless a planned attack, a vessel would be launched over a body of a slave. And the vessels stained with such blood were considered to be those of the most courageous and valiant. So I'm saying this verbatim from Alcina. And the sacrificed slave usually came from the community about to be attacked. And then, of course, after that, the pagdaga with the weapons, war, vessels in place, the omens were favorable. So here there are also omens, you know, you have to make sure they cast dice, they make sure when you hear the bird, for example, where it comes from, you know, it's like there are signs in nature around you that tells you whether it's good or bad to attack or not to attack. So all the omens should be favorable before the mangaya would commence. And therefore here, the babaylan, so the priestess, was very important. So not only the warrior, not only the person who would, you know, row the boats or hold the bangkaw, which were the spears, but also very important to have the spirits on your side.
With the babaylan. Because so it's very important.
Yes.
So there cannot be a warrior without also the babaylan. So
Yes.
I remember in our discussion also, like the surat, the Visayan writing with
Yes.
Dr. Rolando Burinaga. It was the babay. Those actually, there were ritual pots. So you said about the vessel. So there were also a ritual of a human sacrifice. That because the writings on the ritual pot where the ancient Visayan script was inscribed. It's a
Oh,
ritual
wow.
pot. They actually, the babaylan would write her chants, her prayers would already be written on the pots. So
Oh, wow.
that's how Dr. Rolando Brinaga deciphered those writings, because the babaylan would have would write her prayers on the pot for human sacrifice. So that's now I understand that those vessels. So it's that there was a human sacrifice for going to war. Actually, it was a
Yes.
preparation. So all our discussions now are connected. So I'm so happy. So we have actually many of those who are watching with us. It's from the Philippine Fiber Region 7, Benjamin Gomo. Daghang salamat for watching. And then he says maayong hapon, Pamgrass. And also from the NQC page, we have Samson, we have Midardo, we have Mayan, and we have Romualdo. Then she says, Romualdo said something, I guess maybe it's a reaction to your discussion. Like the Native Americans, Americans, Indians, and the Zulus in Africa, they scream while attacking. So, so
True.
so now we would like to ask you this next question about, so you have described how the warriors look like. They wear red and they have also religious rituals in going to war. Before that, I also remember Dr. Vic Dilian, who was discussing about the pintados. He said something about the warrior should get something from the body of those he kills, because and he puts it in his armor or somewhere. Or would you be discussing it? It's a religious, I think, because he would add, the theory was that if you get something from the body of the one you killed, it would add to your power, it would add to the warrior's power. So I was wondering, actually, why did they cut the head and then they brought the head back to Gabi, and they made a feast with it, with that head of Pedro de Arana? Is it a spiritual thing, or what was it? What do you think?
I don't know actually. I mean, with the I cannot put a definite answer to that. But if he has studied it, it depends. Some cultures do it, some cultures don't. So even like human sacrifice, some don't. some do. So here we know that they did, which is not usual. But what I know is that the hair of the captive, that one is specified outright. The hair from the captive, they would put it in their what they wear, or their shield, or the kampilan, or the baladao, or their whatever bladed weapon they have, for decoration. At times they use that.
Yes. So it would add
Yes.
to the power of their weapon. That's something, the
Yes.
hair from the enemy, the dead enemy.
Yes.
So next,
Yes.
our question is, what were the protective gears that they wore for the body, for the head? So what did the
Okay.
warriors protection?
Okay. Okay. So I will start from the head. So the pudong. Okay. So here, Legazpi, when he arrived, and you know that Cebu, where they arrived, is the houses were along the coast, right? And here he was saying that when they arrived, from the description, they had, many plumes and full colored headdresses were waving. So that was what they saw. So here, and the pudong is most times it's red, as I mentioned, the importance of red, and it was called pinayusan. Pinayusan is a type of cloth that was dyed with a certain color, with a certain dye that was from the Ninu plant, or from the Sibukaw. And then there was also what we call now bonot, right? Bonot and bagol. I mean,
Bagol.
bagol. I mean, we know that as the food, from the coconut, the food. But this is, here I'm using an anthropological. This is not what it was. It could have looked very differently. But here among the Bagobos, this artifact is actually in the Musée de 𝗙𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏, and it's in Paris. And this is of the Bagobos. And here you can see, they use feathers, and this one is not multicolored, but probably they use also other colors for their headdresses. And here are colors from the Boxer Codex, and you will notice that from the Boxer Codex, look at all their headdresses, right? I mean, it's like the same person, but always tied that way. And they say the more turns and the longer it is, the more brave you are, or the more you have killed. So this is not protection, actually. I mean, though he says it is used for protection, but it's more the bagol and the bonot. But he says actually the pudong is also protection for the head, because it falls in a certain way, and it has more turns, etc. So during ritual or during important occasions, you could use this. But going to war, I'm not sure. Maybe they tie it differently, or instead of having it long. So this is a close-up of that earlier. So this is, I mean, we all know what a bonot is and what a bagol is, So both parts of the coconut are actually used for this. And then there's also the bahag. Of course, the bahag is, everyday wear as we think it is, right? But you have to protect that part also. So actually, he says there are many turns with the way you wrap it. But there is also the ampis, which is the front fold of the bahag. But in the Bicol lexicon, if you look at the Mentrida, for example, the dictionary of that period, there's a kind of skirt made out of carabao skin and used as self-defense also in former times in their fights. This one I took, it was the translation of the Alcina by Kobach and Gutierrez, who did, even all these footnotes to this thing. So I always encourage everybody, if you want to know more, go back to the sources. And then, of course, there's the protective wear. What do you do to protect your body? So it's called the barote, the baluti, and you could see that also in Pigafetta, right? The list, when you look at the list of words, and in the Legazpi, they use the word escaupiles, which is really from the New Mexico area. But for us, we use the word, depends on the pronunciation. So I think it's baluti, but in the dictionaries, it's spelled out as barote or baluti. And this was to protect the chest and the back. And what were these things made out of? So some say they are wooden corselets and rope armor. So, tinahi ba yan? I mean, is that sewn together? Is it, so it's made out of cotton. And if you look here, I have a Malayan armor of woven cord. So it could have looked like this, which is called the baru sinali. But this, the Visayan one was long. This one is only up to the waist. It looks like a vest. But I think, and from the description of Alcina, it was longer, but not to impede the feet. So it was also made out of wood. So there are many different types of wood, different types of hardwood from the forest. And then you also had corselets. I mean, these are of buffalo skin. And then you also have even those made out of elephant skin. But he mentions, and Boxer Codex also mentions, elephants actually we didn't have in the Visayan region, but actually it could have come from Holo, because there they would have. And then here is an example from the Musée de 𝗙𝗲𝗏 of a bagobo baluti. So you see, the designs could have been different. You know, I cannot say that this was it. But what I can say is that in other cultures, similar, but of the 19th century, they did it this way. So the descriptions in the dictionaries and the chronicles don't give us much, but that what we can do is use our creative imagination, the decors also that they put in. This one is from the south also. So this one, it's in the Philippine National Museum actually. So you can see this. So they did many in different ways. There was also, if you look at the Boxer Codex, so we would think that this was gold, right? Tied around somewhere beneath your leg. Now, in your story earlier about Legazpi, you were saying about women poisoning, putting poison, right?
Yes.
Yeah, putting poison in the drink. And
yes.
actually, there are many different kinds of poison. And that poison will be placed in, there are trees, you know, where's that ipo tree that's very dangerous, the kamag tree. And actually, this one, Alcina mentions, it's a here it's gold. Okay, so that one could be decor, you know, like a bracelet. This one is a leglet. And then, but they would also put below their knee or tie around their leg vine called of the nito. This was like an antidote to poison. So it's not only decoration, but also an antidote to the poison. And sometimes, of course, for warriors, if you're going to war and you know that poison is put in arrows, in spears, so you have to use also this nito vine. And here, this is a dance, and this is from Alcina, but you see also that there's something tied around the leg, but lower. But of course, it can be like a decor, but that Alcina mentions, there are those also who wear it because it's an antidote, you know, to poison.
Yes.
So there.
So yes,
So that's a protective wear.
Poisons are actually one of the a few of the weapons of the warriors, right? So and also, so the ones who did it were, of course, the healers and poisoners, the babaylan also. So so we always mention the babaylan; they are our idols. So so I also remember, Dr. Feliz, that regarding headscarf. So you said about there are different ways of tying the scarf or wearing the scarf. So when we went actually when we went to Sulu to Holo, they told us about the different ways of tying a headscarf. So actually there was the warrior's headscarf. So there is a scarf for the nobles or for the chiefs, or but there is also the way of tying for the warrior. And the warrior's scarf has one ear covered by the scarf. And I was asking why is it that the ear is partly covered, like the other ear is not, but the other ear is covered. So Professor Darwin Absari from the Institute of Islamic Studies, who was with us in that trip, told us that it's because during war, the warrior should forget everything and not listen to anything but face the war or something like that. So it's a symbolic covering of the ear with a scarf. So everything that they did had meaning. Even their costume or the way they dress. So now we would like to ask you again. So this we have discussed their protective gear. So now another protection is the shield. So we would like to know the shapes, the colors, the decor used in the shields, and what did they signify?
Okay, for the shield, we had kalasag and the tamin, two different types. And these words are used up to this day. What we have from the descriptions are really from 𝗙𝗏 again, and from from the dictionary. So here, if you look at this photograph of this illustration, this is from 𝗙𝗏, okay? And I haven't seen a shield like this, okay? If you look at this and look at how he is holding the shield. So in one hand, he has the spear, the bangkaw, and in another, the kalasag. And 𝗙𝗏 would say that it was elongated, and there would be like a handle to it. And with the decor, I think if you look at other places, like, not only in every place, it's all personal. It's not, walang mass-produce na kalasag, di ba? It's all according to your own personal thing. So even the Romans actually, like, they would paint their own, they would put their own symbolisms, in their kalasag. So here, he would say that they actually put in the bristles of hair of animals, and they would shine it, and it would be so fibrous, so that when you strike it, it's so difficult to take out your spear or your bladed weapon. So it's really a good protection, and at the same time, it prevents you from being struck. So here, this is a dance, okay? But from the dance, steps could possibly be akin to the movement when you strike. But what I want to figure in here is the kalasag. Okay, so where the handle is and the shape of the kalasag as well. So this is not colored, but from 𝗙𝗏, he says that it would be different colors, and more they would put in the hair from different animals and all. So I'm showing you here from the bagobo. So of course, like, I won't say that this is what it is. I would follow more 𝗙𝗏, but when 𝗙𝗏 says they use hair, there in his illustration, there wasn't. But here we see a clearer version. So this is again from the Musée du Quai Branly in Paris, and of the Bagobo ethnic group in the southern, in Mindanao. So here we have examples of the shields that they have and the colors that they use, and actually the resin actually also of that they they apply to make it to brighten it, because it was always described their shields are always so bright, so colorful. So I shouldn't say that this is it, but looking at we're trying to play with our creative imagination based on that. And then there was the round one, which was tamin, which was shield. So we have to remember, right? This is a raiding, trading community, and therefore culture is not static. Things change. We get influenced by in different times. The Cebuano of now is very different from the Cebu, for example, of 20, even just 20 years ago, or even just 10 years ago. So many things have changed, no? Because culture is that way. We're always in constant touch with others. So our language, our culture, our ways of doing things. So even the Tamin, it's in the Sinulog or Moro Moro in Felix Laureano's book. He mentions this actually in the dance in Panay. The Tamin was used, and also in, of course, down south in the Sulu area among the Tausugs. So here is a round shield. So earlier we saw elongated shield from the Bagobo. Here now I'm showing you the round shield as well. I don't know if it's called Tamin. It could be called other things by the Bagombo. I don't know. We can look at that. There are also shields made out of this is a drawing from Alcina, but he says there can be also like shields made from the rayfish, because when they are heated on fire, they can be very tough. And so this is an example of that. So there.
So yes,
that's with regards to shields.
Our audience from the National Quincentennial Committee page, this is from Romualdo. He comments regarding beheading, like the Igorots beheading their enemies and bringing them to their territories. They practice war ritual by their Mumbaki. So that's the religious leader. So there is also a greeting from the NQC page, 𝗙𝗲𝗶𝗶𝗶 Anrek Maayong Hapon. From the Pamgras page, Nemesio Valdesco, Mauran-uran nga kakurulpon. So it's raining. So waray ni no waray. So and then also Fe Balanta Coleta says, wow to your discussion, Dr. Feliz. So now we would like to ask more from Dr. Feliz. We have discussed the protective gears, the shields. Now we go to the most important, to one of the highlights of the weaponry, the offensive weapons. So we would like to know what were the offensive weapons, the spears, the lances, or the bladed weapons.
Okay. There are many actually, and here we can look at, for example, the attack on Magellan, right? And those also by lined up against Legazpi, so 1521 and 1565. And with Magellan, just go back to Pigafetta, and when Magellan says, accept my king as your king, accept my God as your God, and of course pay us buwis, which is tribute. They said, they wouldn't want that. And the line that they gave is very telling. It says, if you have spears, we also have spears sharpened by fire. So these spears were called bangkaw, and it's also there in the glossary by Pigafetta. And if you look at the dictionary, so there are those also the hagus thrown as javelins, and you have the suyak, which are sharpened sticks. And if you look at Pigafetta and look at the list of how Magellan was killed, can we just look at that. So they have most important the bangkao, spears
Yeah.
hardened by fire, and then this is all by 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃. Huh? They sent a poisoned arrow through the captain's leg. I'm just reading you snippets of it. Huh? All that refers to the weapons. So they poisoned arrow, and then a number of lances and stones that they threw and discharged at us that we could not resist. So this is 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃 writing. And then he says, and they followed us hurling poisoned arrows again 4 or 6 times. And then they threw a bamboo lance in his face, in Magellan's face. And then he says, one of them with a large javelin, which is like a partisan, only thicker, thrust it into his left leg, and whereby he fell face downward. Magellan fell face downward, and then they all attacked. So here you can see more or less, you know, but I go back to the bangkao. Now the bangkao here is, I'm giving you how do you call, a grab shot from the Mateo Sanchez dictionary. See, so para sa inyong mga Bisaya, it's so interesting to really read the dictionaries, because you will see there are, you know, the way they say things is there. So here you have the bangkao, which is made out of bakakay. You know what bakakay is, right? Bagakay or bakakay. You know, and here we have a drawing of the bakakay also. But I will just, so there are many different types of bangkao made out of the bakakay and the different parts of it. And here, mag-alam ka mo sin bangkao kay mangungubat kita. So there are samples of sentences of how they spoke at that time, which is really, really interesting in the dictionaries. So and actually the scary ones are these bangkaos, really, that's hardened by fire. You know, when they the Spaniards call it tostada, toasted, because they're hardened by fire. So if you look at the dictionaries, if you look at early illustrations, you look at the world around you, and in the environment, these are the materials that were used in the making of the bangkao, in the making of the, you know, of the different parts, in the decoration. And there he mentions, like, actually, he always mentions Alcina, that they were the best craftsmen, wood craftsmen. And here he mentions the different woods from the different trees and how, you know, they would carve. So even in their houses, you know, in the entrances, make carvings yan of the different, like, animals, mostly animals, you know. So your bar there with the bangkawan, I mean, that in the boats, they would have the decors, and they would put in the decorations as well. So in their shields, in their bangkao, the decorations would be there. And here I'm saying that the bangkao actually, and this Scott also says, is the most important weapon, because when a man proposes to a woman, when he goes with a family, what he gives to the mother-in-law to be, or anyway, the gift, or the first gift that is given, is a bangkao. You know, it's not
symbolic.
kalis. Yeah, it's symbolic. It's so
I would push you with my spear.
That's true. That's true. You know. So why not a cloth, right? Which is also very important, and that's also given during rituals when you ask for a man, for a woman's hand in marriage, or a betel nut container. But here, what's mentioned is a bangkao. So that's it. So those are. But you also have lances with iron tips. And here there's a long list of names depending on the shape, I think, of the tip of the iron. So when when Dr. Jobers was talking about the different archaeological artifacts, maybe we can look at the shapes, and the shapes mention certain names. So, for example, the budyak, yung pinamaskan, songil, but in the dictionary here you have those, no? So, tumbok, tumbok is no, no, or the lunab or the songil. Which is longer. So there are many different types. Or for example, he even mentions tinikol. He says the last one here, tinikol la que se asemeja a la hoja del tikul. So like the leaf, the hoja, the leaf, that's a Spanish word for leaf of the tikul. So of the tikul plant. So here you have, of course, made out of bakakay, but also it has iron tips and different shapes and the different sizes and the different ways of throwing it. And these bangkaos, of course, were not just used for raids. They were also used, of course, in hunting or getting weapons. So here, getting animals or for hunting. And here you have, again, I show you that photo because I bring you back to it because this is from that time, and so look at the tips of these two spears used by these two war dancers. And then it also had arrows, so the pana, bosog, and that's in the listing of the names of weapons by 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃. And then the tulangan, which is like where they put also they carry with them always, where they put poison, and they're very careful. And they also have to have the antidote. And sometimes for these plants, the leaf can be the poison, but or the bark can be the poison, but the root is the antidote. So things like that. So there's knowledge, of the environment and of things around you. And of course, others like the balatik, the balituk, but which is most times used for hunting rather than for attacks during raids. And then you have, of course, the sharp objects, which are the baladao, the kris, the kampilan. And here, the balarao, for example, baladao. So from Alcina, so these are small. This is like, everybody has to have this. This one, everywhere you go, you have to have this baladao, not only for attacking and not only for protection, but also for use for everyday things, for cutting the bakakay or the different the behuko, or for stripping the behuko or the rattan. Or so here the craftsmanship of making the weapon is also taken into consideration. So here is Alcina's picture. So we look into the baladao, for example. Here's a more close-up of it with the designs in it of the balarao. And then we also have, of course, the handles made out of gold. And sometimes I think archaeological artifacts, you have those made out of wood from Cebu itself, mentioned by Dr. Jobers earlier. But we also have those made out of gold and very rich. This is 10th to the 13th century. So but when Magellan arrived and 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗃 wrote that when they saw Raja Colombo, for example, of course he described Raja Colombo and all that, but most importantly, he said, and by his side, he had a shield with a hilt made out of pure gold. So if you just read the description by 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗃, you won't think anything out of it, right? But if you look at the archaeological artifacts, for example, this one is from Butuan, 10th to the 13th century gold. And if you go to Ayala Museum, or you go to the where's that? Was it Bangko Central? But I don't know. But Ayala Museum has the best collection, for example, of Butuan gold. And here you can see the handles made out of this. But aside from, so this is another example also from the Visayas, collection, and so, and then you also have the 𝗙cie or the 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃, and this one, 𝗙𝚋𝗮 also mentions that the 𝗙cie, this is from the Moro swords by Robert Cato. I don't have a sample of an archaeological photograph or of an illustration of the 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃 of that time in the 15th century, but there is a description by 𝗙𝚋𝗮 of the 𝗙𝗃 or the 𝗙𝗲𝗃 and how it is beautifully made. You see, sometimes these descriptions and these chronicles and these things written by the Spaniards, sometimes they would say, oh, this culture is very low, we have to teach them culture, we have to instill in them a certain knowledge of what is great and all. But when they're downgrading the culture that is there, on the other side, they're also saying, wow, look at the blacksmithing that they do, and they're able to do this, and how they craft it, and how beautifully they weave it, and how beautifully the blacksmithing is done. So in one hand you have the downgrading, on the other hand you say, wow, this is their craftsmanship is really at at par, even better, he says, than those made in Spain. That's in 𝗙𝚋𝗮 himself. And from the hilt, we mentioned earlier the gold, but sometimes wood is done, and again the craftsmanship in the design of the wood and the use of different materials in the making of that. And also we have to take into consideration the sometimes the bones or the carabao horn was used as well, or for example, all the way back to 𝗙𝚋𝗮, he says he knows of a big fish that went into shore and died, and it was so big that from one tooth alone they were able to make the hilt of a dagger. So it's amazing, when you think of the world, the culture, the environment, ecological world also that was there at that time. Here we have an example. If we focus on the sword that is being used, this is from the Boxer Codex. And then here, this is from Reseña, I forgot, but it's also mentioned in Jim Warren's Sulu Zone. He has a photo of this, of the different Tausug weapons that are in Spain and drawn. But what I want to show is the similarities as well. But it is mentioned that the kampilan, for example, is not from the Visayas. It is made from other areas. And because of raiding, and because of trading, that they could possibly have access to it. So, for example, amongst the Subanen in the Philippines in 1905, according to this anthropologist Chris Emerson Christie, he says that actually they have all this as well, but it doesn't mean that they made it, that they created it. But because of interconnections, because of contacts in terms of trade, in terms of raiding as well, then you have access to this. So they also had the kampilan. But we have all these bladed weapons made out of iron as well. But described also is that sometimes we had the bolo, which is even sharper than an iron, made out of just wood. And sometimes the wood was even sharper and much better than the bladed weapon. We don't have samples of it, but it was described, and that we can see in the chronicles, for example, of what the Spaniards saw when they arrived, and also in our vocabulary with the bolo, with the and other sharp objects. So there, more or less.
So Dr. Philly, so during the Battle of Mactan, you mentioned about, so one of the important weapons was the spear. So that's bangkao, right? So
Yes.
when they mentioned about those the large cutlass that that they used to cut the leg of the left leg, I think, of Magellan. So what was it? Was it a kampilan? Was it a kris? Or was it a sunda?
Well, we don't know, you know. So we go back to the source, right? And the French one, the one translated by Skelton, and Skelton does mention it. He says one of them with a large javelin. So what is a javelin?
In Bisaya,
it's like a bangkao.
Bangkao.
It's a spear, yeah, which is like a partisan, only thicker, and thrust it into his left leg.
So an arrow is pana in Bisaya. What's did Pigafetta have a Bisaya word, or the Cebuano in his vocabulary for the arrow?
Yes, pana and bosug.
Pana.
Bosug is bosug is the bow.
So
and the arrow is pana.
It's deadly because it's also poisoned, and then
also
Dr. Rolando Burinaga, in our discussion about lami ug palami, the poisons and aphrodisiacs in the Visayas 500 years ago. So they mentioned about all these poisonous plants and animals. We also have a doctor of medicine in that discussion, and he shared about the poisonous plants and animals because he's a herbalist and toxicologist, and he mentioned about the poisonous plants and animals in the Philippines, in our islands. And then Dr. Rolando Burinaga said that even the bladed weapons had poisons in it, not just the arrows and not just the spears. So that's how deadly, but that's how we defeated so that's why we celebrate the 500 years of the victory at Mactan, because of these weapons. Congratulations. We give honor to our warriors and to their craftsmanship, as you said. So now we would like to show you, and then we have Dr. Jobbers, and there are to the audience online and those physically, you can also ask questions to the physical audience. You can ask questions in a while. Those at the Facebook Live, you can already ask your questions through the comment section, and then you can give your comments, and we will read your comments as we go along. So even during the revolution in Cebu, the Cebu Revolution against Spain, the bladed weapons, like what Dr. Feliz mentioned, like the kris, was also used by the Cebuanos, even by Leon 𝗙𝗲𝗏. So it is in this book that we published, the Leon 𝗙𝗏𝗏, The Untold Story of the 1898 Cebu Revolution. There's a story, there's an account here of how Leon 𝗙𝗏𝗏 used a kris during the victorious battle of 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏. And this is also in the book by Dionisio C., A Short History of Cebu. And of course, the Katipuneros also used the pinuti. So here, so this is a sample of a pinuti. I will show you more later after that video of the one who made this. So, and of course, our arnis grandmasters who were here last year on September 22, also during the anniversary of Hardin Dagami, they also mentioned about arnis. So that's the question that we haven't yet asked Dr. Feliz. So we will ask her in a while, because of that question, if arnis was also one of the indigenous weapons of our ancestors, and also the yo-yo. That's the question that we haven't answered yet. So we will ask Dr. Feliz later after we this questions for Dr. Jobbers, who recently excavated iron tools in the northern part of Cebu. So we would like to have him again to answer these questions regarding this iron tools. So we discussed about the bladed weapons, Dr. Jobbers,
Yes,
the
yes.
sundang, the kampilan, the kris, and then you mentioned also when you showed the photos of those daggers and those the what kampilan that you showed us. So we would
What I
like
think
to
is
know.
a kampilan. Yeah.
Yes. So
Oh,
we
yeah.
would like to know if did our ancestors 2000 years ago did they make their own tools, their iron tools, or were they product of trading or raiding, like Dr. Felice was saying? So why, where did these iron tools come from?
Well, among archaeologists, the invention of Damascus steel about 2,000 years ago, I think. Then that started the trading for higher, more sturdy weapons. No? And it probably passed through Persia to the Arab states and then on to India and then down south to the Malay Peninsula and went back up to the Philippines. Some of the sites we have recovered, we have excavated, um, showed some of the sites excavated in the past, not we have excavated, but excavated in the past have showed iron slugs. Kanang the waste of when a panday does the iron strikes it on an anvil, parts of the iron raw material is thrown out, it becomes slag, it gets thrown onto the ground. And in the 1967 excavations, Carl Hutterer and Dr. Rosa Tenazas, they discovered many of these iron slags. So that's a sign that there was recycling probably of iron. No? We don't know if there were iron mines in Cebu. That there's just enough archaeological excavations to prove that. No, so the possibility is trading, also a product of raiding. No, bringing the spoils of battle of raids back, and also recycling some of the bronze materials, for example, that were turned into to weapons. But we know that there was a lot of pounding of raw iron, iron ingots, probably. Where they came from, that's still subject to speculation. Uh, there's a lot of that in the Malay Peninsula. Felice right now, I think, is in Kuala Lumpur. She
Yes.
knows about all this manufacturing. Yeah, Philip. She knows about all this manufacturing in the past in the Malay Peninsula of using iron ingots. But we have, I'm not sure that excavating iron materials is not my expertise. But we have not found any in Cebu of raw materials for the making of iron weapons. But we found slags. So there's evidence of production, but we don't know where the iron, raw material iron came from.
So Dr. Jobbers, during that time, so your diggings, the Iron Age was 2,000 years ago, and then we just know about 1521 regarding the trading. So during that time, 2,000 years ago, do you have any idea where were the Visayans raiding and trading? Were they already trading with other islands?
The site we have in San Ramiro is radiocarbon dated with one sample teeth, a tooth in 2012, to about 1,600 years, 1,400 years ago, not 2,000. The Boloon site is about 500 years ago, 500, 400 years ago. So we have a comparable site, one that's before the trading with the Chinese and the Arabs and all that probably, and one where there was the active trading with the Vietnamese, Thai, and all that. So, it's hard to tell. No? It's hard to tell whether these are products well, it, I would imagine that in both videos there was a lot of fighting. There's a lot of not fighting, but protecting one's territory, which would require someone to have knowledge weaponry, of the tactics and strategies of defending one's family, that's always been a part of human nature. No? Even among animals, there's always you always have the desire to survive and to protect. And these weapons are important because they're there to help you survive and protect your village or your family. Now, that protection tend to raiding other villages in order to get resources. That is a possibility. Yes, in the early Spanish chronicles that Feliz mentions, like Alcina mentions that your enemy could be across a village, across the river. No, the Cebuanos were always, I mean, not Cebuanos, the Visayans were raiding against each other. Sometimes raiding for to marry partners, raiding for resources, or just because they just love to raid the other one on the other side. And there were a lot of rituals involved. That's what, as Feliz has mentioned, there was a lot of drinking going on before every raid, and the ritual drinking and all that. So where did these resources come from? So the possibility is you trade or you raid. So that's a possibility. Now, in the Iron Ages, 1,500 years ago, 2,000 years ago, did that happen? Well, find these weapons. So what were they for? They were for defense. And they are also useful for offense. So we assume that there was something like that also going on.
Yes. So now our next question is regarding the ancient technology of iron tool production. Where did this come from? The
Well,
ancient.
we know when talking of Damascus steel, that came from the Middle East. No, it's hard to tell really where the technology of iron production came from. It would have come from the great civilizations, especially in the Indus Valley and which had earlier the defense systems. No, the development of tools and weapons uh, become more compelling when you have complex or complicated societies that have a single ruler and sets of laws and are highly hierarchically organized. So you would need law and order, not things like Egypt, like Mesopotamia, like India, for example. No, which brings me to those arguments made by some people that Humabon was part of the Rajanate of Cebu, that there was a Rajanate. No, there's no such thing. There was no hierarchical order here. There was just no centralized authority that could have created so many weapons. I mean, the fact that when the Spaniards arrived, it was clear they knew how to trade. They knew the concept of tribute, no, of exchange, of gifts. They learned that from the Chinese. There was a lot of natives from Holo, from Butu, from Mindoro who were going to China to attend the biennial trade there and present their gifts. So there was a lot of exchange, but it doesn't mean that you have so much centralized authority, that you have a hierarchy that creates a special group of craftsmen who do nothing but make puns. So what we suspect is this must have come from the south. Now, all trading basically, because the Philippines has always been difficult
Yes.
to locate in the peninsula of trade. Kay layo man ta, we're quite far. No matter how much we say that we were at the center of the entire Chinese trading, that is not true. It's Malacca, it's the Moluccas,
Mm.
and that's where Magellan was heading to. But when he arrived here, there were tools, there were weapons. So there must have been trading as well
Yes.
all over the island.
In our discussion on sculpture, the ancient sculpture in the Visayas a few months ago, um, it was shared by Professor J. Hore regarding maybe it was the account of Alcina, who said that each household has a panday. Each household, because they make anitos of their ancestors, dead ancestor, right? So right after an ancestor, someone dies, they make an anito out of it, and there's a panday in each household. So
No,
we would
I
also.
wouldn't agree with that. Anthropologically, that's impossible. Anthropologically, and based on all the material, on all the literature all over the world, You cannot have craft specialists in every family. Even today, you can't have a painter in every house. You can't have a specialist, a craftsperson in your household. What he probably meant was that the panday would go to that household during death ceremonies, because that's impossible. I cannot imagine someone concentrated on doing just that. No, and this is craft specialization in anthropology and archaeology. These are these are specialists that do that. You have a babaylan, and they're not found in every house. You have a baranga a sorcerer, not a babaylan. The babaylans do not make poison. It's the barangan that does the poisoning. The babaylans do the healing. There's a difference. No, it has to be corrected. Barangans do all the evil things. Babaylans do all the good things, in healing and all that. And they're not in every household. So how can you panday in every house when it's easier to yum and recite these things and maybe look for herbs and carve and all that? And maybe the panday meant there was something working on wood. No, that could be possible, but I don't think so. That's impossible in the literature of anthropology and archaeology. I've never encountered houses with one specialist in every house.
So we would like also to ask regarding you mentioned in passing about iron mines. Could there have been iron mines in the pre-colonial period?
There's iron in Mindanao, no? There are lots of iron mines in Mindanao today. So again, we go south. We look south to look for these sources, no? Cebu, I think, did not have iron mines, and I don't think so. But again, it all depends on more archaeological excavation to look for evidences like.
Yes. So we have more questions for you, Dr. Jobbers. Only two, the last two questions of our panel discussion. So for everyone who wants to ask a question, so we say hi to Ruth at the 𝗙cie page, and also to the Metropolitan Museum, LP Alid Anrek, to Alvin Ignaw, good afternoon, maayong hapon, magandang hapon, and then to Diego Salvador, naksalamat kay nakaabot gyud. So maayong hapon, Diego, so you are now, you have to replay to know more about the weapons. So now we would like to proudly show you, because we wanted to have a panday with us this afternoon, and because the panday of Basak was so busy and he could not come, but we have a panday shop, a pandayan shop here, owner here, to share with us. So now we would like to show you this. We took a video, like our heritage coordinator with our housekeeping team leader went with me to Basak to have a talk with a panday of Basak, who's a blacksmith in Basak, who has been doing blacksmithing since their family has been doing blacksmithing since time immemorial. From what they can remember, they have been doing it all their lives. So panday sa pinuti. Let's watch this video.
Ako si Kerwin Silva niya, akong trabaho kay blacksmith under sundang. Doon naman sa may nagkuwara sa dakat oras ay tanaw-tanawan na. Yan, nakasunod na sa among ginikanan kay matiguhang na. Dali sa dakat onrasan ba? Kay primer sa namo nakita ba? Sa amo pag ginapuhan. Amo naman ni panginabuhi jud kuno sa among kaliwat. Among materialis kasagaran kada mga asiro ba? Karya ng lip spring kaning mga mulyi ba? Kaya uling among gamit. Kadang amo pag yung style sa mong pamanday kay namoy pamanday karon murag kuan na kay advance na kay ba among kuan kana ginaraan pag among gamit ba pabagaho na uli among gamit mo to dokon gumahon nga magmapurma na bahiron kung dail subhan Mo na sudhan ni Arden ba itimpered ba para ligo niyang lait ba. Kapoy pero umanda da ka dili naman kanang makuara pero kapoy Japon kuara kapoy nga natin kita mas daggan baya ang minus ang kanara mga construction kay kana naman may mga barapod kay kasagaran ang imong kanara mga ginanglanon mga tao hundang mga barra yun na mga taga construction kasagaran sa mga butcher's knife taga carbon kapasyo kaya pahiwa isda o na ay mugara, palit pala sagaran ka na mga ulingay may kusog kayong mga malit mga uma halos ka nga noy bisat pagka na yung mga doktor waring na po rin ipalit o grass cutter kaya silang mga guna mga chilyo narita na ni tanan na kaya kinahanglanos ba mo man ako permito buon tayo kasi ikaw bang i-display ko ng balay kang balitan na may uban nga ilang no protection kano kala para nako ang uban nila para panghawan kana mong hawan kag kanang sagbot ba kung sa kana gigamit ang pinuti para panghawan ganyan ya karon na pero sa tinulay gid sa karaan gid nga kuan kanang pinuti mo na say gitawag og kanang muna armas ba ni wala ka na kung mga kuan sundang kani mga tiyanon nga sundang dai tiyan nga sunda ala ba street lang usay kadagod ng sundang ingan ra sa kadabang manggamit para nay oy Guadalupe sa karaan ba Guadalupe nga sundang kana siya wala si tiyan street ra siya tiyan pero talinis siya para sa isda ang tawag nila pinasil inana ba inana nga sundang mo na hitaw pinasil. Oh, nasa isang got nga yung tawag nila inayawan, kay kanang inayawan daghan na kay ng kabayo da sa una. Mo ila pang sib-sib sa sagbot ba mo na tawag ng inayawan. Okay, wala siya inayawan oh. Nang tawag lagi na yon kay mo kasagaran mo order kay inayawan kay daghan nga ng kabayo di par. Kaya bang gabi kabayo di ba? Kaparada ba? Ang namanahon. Wala o pang bis na sa nila sa mga lugar ba? Sabi ako anak 5 ko buklaki, gagmay pa niya, amot na kinsa kayo musunod. Ako dito, mamang ko mag-iping nga musunod ko, ano, ibig, pila niya, karoon, ninyo man yan. Di ba radyo ko, ano, doon yung tabuha ba mo? Amot, maganda yun.
Daghang salamat to the Panday sa Pinuti sa Basak sa Mambaling. So now we would like to show you the Pinuti and the sundang that he made. So we have here the Pinuti that he made. So this is the Pinuti with a handle which is not wood. So mo ni siyang Pinuti nga gihimo. So by Kerwin. So he also has this. So this pinuti made with a kahoy nga handle. So kahoy pinuti kahoy. So this is the pinuti nga kahoy. And then of course we have the different kinds of sundang. We have different types of sundang. So we have heard him saying that there is a sundang which has a belly or no belly. It's like a Guadalupe sundang. It is just straight and has no tiyan. And there is another kind of sundang that has a belly. So we could also refer to ourselves figuratively, I am a Guadalupe. I have no belly. I am straight, no belly. So we have this Sundang Linipak. So this is the Sundang Linipak. And this is also with the wood handle. These are the Sundang. All Sundang have wood handle. So we have also this Sundang Mistizo. So this is the Sundang Mistizo. So these are all available at Palmgrass. Gifts from Cebu. These have actually a sakob. And then this is the Sundang Buber. And then Sundang Abyss. So this is the Sundang Abyss. And this is the Sundang Inayawan. So you heard him. We are going to make to upload that video next month and first week of October. And then we would improve it with the description of all the sundang that he made. So he said about the sanggot inayawan because this is used to cut the grass that would be fed to the horses for the parada. So moni ang sanggot inayawan. So so now we would like to hear a sharing from our we asked we wanted to have a panday to come here. And then, unfortunately, all the panday are so busy. So that's why we took a video of it. We took a video. Are we ready with a video for him? And so now we would like to have a sharing also by the Pandayan owner. But stay tuned for the question and answer also from our more questions for Dr. Jobbers, a few more questions, and the questions for the Regional Director Ahmed. I saw your question or comment, so stay tuned for that. We have with us their family. So Kerwin Silva is a cousin of the one who came here. Their shops are just beside each other. Their panday shops are just beside each other. So now I would like to give you the Silva bloodline of blacksmiths. So we have with us Ransom Silva. So maayong hapon Ransom. Pwede nimo ma-share sa mo unsa pa gyud ang mga sundang nga inyong gihimo sa inyong pandayan? What are the other bolos that you're making? Pwede ta mang Bisaya. Unsa atong gihimo nga bolo sa atong pandayan karon? Microphone. Turn it on.
Hello. Again, ma'am, ang katong imong gipakita nga product nga ganiha, the same raman sad gihapon kay maora man na siya ang purma sa kasagaran diri sa atua sa Cebu. Mo differ na siya sa kada gamit niya. Dili man sad sa ingon nga sa kada lugar na sila ilahong kagalingong purma sa ilang kagalingong sundang. Pero sa ginatawag na to nga generic lang, mao gyud ni siya. Ingon ani nga sundang. Ingon ani. Pero nasa uban nga like for example from the kanang mga bukid-bukid kanang manguha sila kahoy, mamuhat og uling, ang ilahang mga sundang nana sila ilahang custom made na ilaha ma'am. Bali ang ilaha either tag-as, dagkugtian or ang handle dili ingon ani kani gi-incorporate na lang sa dinamo ma'am kani ingon ani nga klase sa handle nga aluminum ang yang handle. Bali sa kuan ni-incorporate na lang sa may casting ba kay some of the customers mo reklamo sila sa wooden handle kay ang handle manggod nga wooden through paggamit dili siya inana ka heavy duty.
Ransam, I will translate for our audience that in other parts of the country. So Ransam was saying that their products are custom made. Some of them are custom made, and then some don't have handles like wooden handles. They have the aluminum handles. So they also use casting in their production. So you all unsay ngalan ana nga sundang?
Kani siya ma'am, ang atong pangalan ani sa kuan man gud sa diri sa Cebu, lahi-lahi og pangan kada lugar. Naay uban moingon nga sundang, pero ang ilang gimin or ang ilahang but pasabot kay naa man gud sa mga mountainous barangay, moingon sila sundang pero guna ang ilang but pasabot. Oh.
So Ransom was saying that it's they called it bolo, and some would call it guna, which is the weeding bolo. So guna, usually we understand guna as something like this,
like
right?
That, yes.
Something like this. Yeah, it has a rectangular end.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Anya, sa while you mentioned, di ba, naka-mention man kag ministiso. Di ba, ministiso nga ingon ani.
Sundang.
Ang kanang ministiso nga pangalan, ma'am, gikan na siya sa karkar. Usually ang mga blacksmith gikan sa diri sa Basak. Ang kadaghanan ana taga karkar. Ang among ancestral taga karkar. Among ancestor.
So mao na siya noon actually si Leon Quilat was our hero. Leon Quilat was killed in Karkar, and the killers of Leon Quilat were using knives and bolos. They did not use other weapons, but bolos also, or knives, for Leon Quilat. So in Karkar, what was the bolo in Karkar?
Ministiso.
So mao ni siya.
Yes,
mao ni ang mistiso. Mistiso ra ba sad to si Leon Quilat?
Ilahan ang gipangalan og ministiso. Wala ko'y idea og
ngano. So mao na imong gidala karon, Kerwin. So unsa sa inyong family nga sa imong sang mahinumduman, what can you remember nga kanus agid nag-start ang inyong family nga nagsimo og sundang? When did your family start making bolos?
Sa pagkakuan ako, nangutana ko sa akong parents, ang ilang gisulti nako, panahon pa man daw sa amo ang katiguangan. Sa ako pag yung lolo.
So kinatigulangan na gyud na.
Oo.
So maura na ang usa pay sundang imong i-show.
Kani siya, mao ni siya ang pinuti nato. Sorry kayo nga.
Ipaduol imong
out of time naman good.
Sige.
Ang pinuti na to, ma'am, naani siya ay duha ka klase. Usually puti man tag yun siya. That's why it's called pinuti. Okay.
Like this.
Like that. Like that, puti. Mao nang pinuti ang pangan. Duha ka form ang pinuti. Kanang imong gikuptan o kani akong gikuptan. The pinuti is called that one nga kanang imong gikuptan. Ang design ana niya ginatawag na siya og binatanggas. Kaya ang iyahang tumoy derived from the Batangas butterfly knife. Ingon ana og porma. Mo na siyang binatanggas. Pero usually diri sa Cebu, ang atuwag yung pinuti, this one, kani nga porma. Lawi-lawi, pinuti lawi-lawi, or pinuti lawihan, or pinuti dinahon-dahon. Mo na siya pangalan. Wala ko kahandol kay wala na lagi ko'y oras. Mao ni siya.
Sige. So daghan kaayo, napakay i-share gamay, Kerwin.
Kuanon ta. Ako lang may untag nindot ni nga opportunity nga salamat kayo nga naka-share sad mi sa among product, dili ra sad kay sa product, sa skills or blacksmithing industry nga may unta nga masuportaan patag maayo ba kay anugon kayo og mawagtang ning klasiha sa what you kanang pangamot or abilidad sa atong mga Cebuano gani kay dili ra man sad kayo unsay tawag ani kanang nagkanam-anam it's a dying industry. nagkanam-anam na tagkawagtang kay tungod sa modernization, industrialization, ang mga skilled worker ani mga blacksmith katong mga panday gyud nga well-rounded nga nagkanam-anam na sila kawagtang kay wala nay nanunod nga may untag mga ma-expose ba nga masuportaran.
Daghang salamat, Kerwin, for being with us and sharing with us your sundang gihimo sa inyong pandayan. Yeah. So thank you very much, Kerwin. So Kerwin was telling us about the dying industry of blacksmithing, and he is happy to share with us about this craft, and then he wants us to support them so that this craft would not die. So mao na siya, no, daghang salamat kaayo, Kerwin, for staying and for being with us since the start of the program. So we have this comment from Romualdo Hinralao in the NQC page. Our subject, blacksmith, is also the remnants of pintados. And then he also thanks Dr. Jobbers for clearing some haka-haka in history, or the impossibles of history. So Dr. Jobber, so we are now going to have the last two questions for you, and then we ask Dr. Felice about this question from RD Ahmed. So there is a question for you from Ferdinand Pagaw. He's from Taguig Pateros. He's an educator in Taguig Pateros, and he is always joining heritage webinars. And he asked, where can we find now huge collections of early weapons cited during the discussion? So can you hear? Is
Well,
Dr. Job?
I think they would be found in museums, and I think the largest collection would be found in the National Museum of the Philippines. And I can imagine that collection there. There's a lot of material at the National Museum that's on storage, and the rest would be spread in other museums all over the country. But I
So,
would suspect the largest would be the National Museum.
So now we have this question for you also regarding we have seen the video, our interview with that blacksmith with the blacksmith of Basak, and then we also have the sharing from our from Kerwin, the cousin of, I mean, from Ransom, the cousin of Kerwin. They are Silvas, the blacksmiths of Basak. So is there a difference now in between the iron weapons of manufactured today and by our local Panday, and with those that you have excavated?
Well, not that what I have excavated, but it's available in the archaeological record that's been found by other archaeologists. No? Foremost is, of course, Wilhelm Solheim's study of the Iron Age in Central Philippines, and then were excavations, and those done by archaeologists in Manila. I think there's a difference on some, but majority they'd be the same, because the bladed weapons, their functions then and now are almost the same. So the you know, there would be alterations, innovations if the function changes. But if the same functions are done for cutting weed, for cutting sugarcane, for cutting a tree, for things like that, they would be the same, unless you find a special craft, an important craft specialist. That's in agency theory. There are people who suddenly realize, wait, we could do this, we could do a better design. Then that would happen. But the way I look at it, it's basically the same. I think on most of those that are found today. Maybe Felice can. That's more. You know, I'd be interested to know actually, if I'm allowed to ask, if Felice has done a study on Malay, Malaysian weapons, because they're almost the same, and the names are almost the same, but there are nuances to that. You know? And if there's a comparison, for example, of Panday today and Panday in blacksmiths in Malaysia, and nothing has changed also over time, then you would understand why. It's the function that defines the shape of a weapon. And yeah. Well, Batangas, for example, the Batangas weapon was not in the Spanish period. I mean, in the Iron Age. Those are later innovations. No?
So, Dr. Jobers, last question for you. May you share with us the artifacts that were found in Cebu during other artifacts aside from weapons that were found in Cebu?
Oh yeah, I think I sent a power presentation of just the general picture of associated artifacts. No, artifacts associated usually with these weapons. And here is an example. If you can start the slideshow. Can you click on the slide, the beginning? Okay. No. This, you are on the outline area. You're not seeing the slide yet. This is still outline. Can you click at the right bottom? No. Go back to the beginning and
I want
start slide.
to make it a slideshow.
Yes. Your operator doesn't know the difference between.
Actually,
No,
Jobbers,
no.
he has a problem. Dr. Jobbers wants it to be in a slideshow.
Go to slideshow and start from beginning. That's it. Okay, click on that. Start from beginning. So that
Dr. Jobbers, we have actually, according to our technical, he has a problem.
You have a problem. Okay.
Regarding yes.
Okay, sige. Let's continue. Okay, I'm already very hungry. It's almost
evening.
Here's an iron tool. Notice that the blade is pointing down. This is, well, the blade is pointing down. We suspect this to be the male burial, and there's ceramics too, in fact, and they're all from Fujian ceramics of the 1600s, late 1800s. So these are associated with the burial. Iron weapon on the right side, and this one, and actually on this side here we found needle, bone needle. No? So it's clear that it's the tool was placed on top of the arm, not holding it. No, it was not holding. Okay, so placement. Okay, next is an excavation, San Remeo excavation. This is the unit excavated by attorney 𝗙𝗲𝗏𝗏 who's watching right now. His family, he also manages and owns St. Francis Funeral Parlor, which is very nice. You have an archaeologist who also owns a modern day funeral parlor. And he excavated this together. There were only two of them on this trench, and they expanded. But you find burials here that where those weapons I showed earlier came from. And there's a lot of pottery. That's the association normally with the Iron Age. Those are the only materials that survive the time. Anything made wood, any organic material, it's very hard to survive. So what you would be iron tools and earthenware, usually at the foot, of the burials. Next, next slide, please. So the next one, so you have these carinated potteries, which are the mark of the Iron Age. No, the carinated. There's an angle on the body that rounds at the bottom, and there's usually a decoration. This one is etched with, impressed with lines that look like triangles or chevrons. No, and the next slide, please. So you have more of these potteries that were usually found in the Iron Age. This kind of curving or this of body, that's circular. That's basically the Metal Age, Philippine Metal Age. And here's a round, a pot that's round, cannot stand on its own. No? It would have been ritually placed. And then finally, wait, one more. Next slide. In the down, this one, a shell scoop, mellow shell scoop. It's clearly a product of Metal Age. You can move the structure, the inner structure of the shell without iron tool. So, and it was used for, well, rimas, for removing water from your baroto or baloto. No, or you can use it for taking a shower, washing yourself, whatever. No, and then these are gold jewelry at USA Museum. It's not clicking. Can you click again? Okay. Now these are gold jewelry recovered by Dr. Tenazas and Dr. Hutterer in the 1967 downtown archaeological excavations, downtown Cebu City, that date to the 13th, 14th century. Larger versions of I mean, more versions of these are found at the Metropolitan Museum in Manila, the Bangko Central Museum, which is in Bangko Central, and the Ayala Museum. And next, finally, these are what I meant, the last one, by iron slags. Iron slags. These are encrusted on soil or on clay material. So, mga luwa ba? These are spitted out when you pound when you panday the ore to make into a weapon. So that's a sign of blacksmith. So that is found in downtown Cebu, archaeological excavation. And there was blacksmithing in downtown Cebu. That's it.
So,
Those are your...
Daghang salamat, Dr. Jovers. There are questions for you actually, and also questions for Dr. Feliz. But before we give you the questions, are our cosplay already ready? So, asa na sila? So, they are now ready. So, Dr. Jovers and Dr. Feliz, can we show Dr. Feliz? You have questions, but we show first because they have in their costume since 3 p.m. or before that. So we would now like to have them, and then you would be, because this is also a beauty and brains contest. I mean, beauty of their costume, of how they wore warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃. But you would also be asking them one question. So you would be asking them one question while they explain their character, and then they explain and then of course you will have one question for them. You can give them a question in English and Bisaya, and they can answer in Bisaya. And if they answer in Bisaya, I would translate it for our audience who does not understand Bisaya, for those who do not understand Bisaya. So of course, everyone is excited. We have our Warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗲 cosplay contest. And so we have our cosplayers in Warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗲 costume. So may we have them. Contestant number 1. I don't have the number 5 and number 6 in my list. So we have contestant number 1. We're contestant number 1. 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗲𝗏.
Mayong hapong gabi kaniyong tanan. Ako usa ka dagami nga andam lang musugong sa gubat. Kay usa ka manggubat. Ug dili usab kalimtan ang akong Cebu pinuti lawi-lawi. Salamat.
So you just stay there, Jomar. So can we have our camera nearer to him so that our judges can see him properly? And then, so we have this question from Dr. Feliz first. So we have, can some, i-assist ra gud si Kobe? I-assist si Kobe, Dan. I-assist si Kobe. So, can you face our camera, please? And then, can our camera be, can it show our warrior properly? So that our the whole body without the railings, can it be here at this side? Sorry kayo ha, wala lang mo ni ma-rehearse. So now we have a question for our contestant number 1. Dr. Feliz, can our camera show without the railing?
Okay, so can you tell me more about your bladed weapon?
So ang pangutana ni Dr. Feliz, pwede nimo ma-explain ang imong gidalang nga pinuti sa lawi-lawi.
So, daghang salamat sa imong pangutana, Miss Feliz. Ang kaning akong gidala-dala karon nga pinuti kay hinimo gayud sa Cebu. Mao nang kani siya nga detail kayo ang mga paghimo gyud. Kay kani Mo ni ang pinuti sa Cebu nga ngalaw pinuti lawi-lawi.
Daghang salamat, Jomar. So, Jomar was saying that his pinote is a weapon, a bladed weapon made in Cebu. That's why he used it, because it's a weapon of Cebu. So, daghang salamat, Jomar. Next, our number 2 contestant is Edgar Salundagit. So, may we have Edgar? Edgar, contestant number 2. Edgar.
Maayong gabi sa inyong tanan. Ako si 𝗙𝗲𝗍. Ako si 𝗙𝗲𝗍 mabagsik og usa ka lagsik sama sa akong mga patik na niagi og kasakit og sa akong sundang na akong kauban matubang sa mga taong mubabag sa yuta na ako gikatawan.
May we have the camera up to show his head. Naputol yung head sa camera actually, Dan. So can we have it? Can you maputol man good sa StreamYard, so it's not shown properly. Can you say it again, Edgar?
Ako si 𝗙𝗲𝗍. Ako si 𝗙𝗲𝗍 mabagsik og usa ka lagsik sama sa akong mga patik na niagi og kasakit og sa akong sundang na pinuti na akong kauban matubang sa mga taong mubabag sa yuta na ako gikatawan.
So to everyone, Edgar was saying that he is the gummy with patik or with tattoos, and his tattoos were made out of pain, and then he went through pain, and then he is using the bolo for his enemies. So of course he wasn't able to follow the translation. So now we have a question for you from Dr. Jobers Reynes Bersales. Dr. Jobers, what's your question?
Well, wa man ko tagay questions daan nga I've asked ninyo. I will ask this question yun. Unsa may mga
Impromptu
traits
question.
Yes, unsa may traits dapat sa usa ka warrior? Unsa may mga kinaiya or traits or characteristics na dapat naa sa usa ka manggugo or mangayaw?
So the question is, what would be the characteristics or kinaiya of a
Traits.
warrior?
Kanang
Pwede ra Bisaya.
Bisaya kanang andam niya sacrifice iyang life para sa iyang mga kauban.
So for Edgar, a warrior would sacrifice his life for his people. So daghang salamat, Edgar. And next, our number 3 contestant is Jeff Chris Lorica. So we have Jeff Chris Lorica.
May gabi ninyong tanan. Ako si Jeff Chris Lorica, gikan sa tribu Naga. Usa ka manggugubat na anda makigtigi para sa yutang na tawhan.
So he said he is Jeff Chris Lorica from the tribe of Naga, and he is ready to fight for his native land. So now we have may we have a question again for Dr. Feliz for our cosplayer Jeff Chris.
What do you think are the symbols that you are wearing of a warrior?
So ang question niya is unsa ang mga meaning sa imong costume as a warrior, sa isip warrior. Pwede Bisaya.
As a warrior, ang meaning dahil sa akong costume, ang kaning puwa nga bandana or headband, mao ni nagpasabot nga nakapatay na ko kontra niya. Usa sad ni sa colors na mga royalty niya. Ang kaning lower nako mao ni gitawag nga bahag niya. Ang akong armas mao ni gitawag nga crease.
So Jeff Chris Lorica was saying that his bandana or his scarf would mean that he already killed someone. It is also the color of royalty. He's wearing bahag and he's also bringing Chris. So he listened to you, Dr. Phyllis. So, daghang salamat, Jeff Chris Durica. Our contestant number 4 is Ferdinand Azcaraga. So we have our warrior Dagami contestant number 4, cosplayer number 4, Ferdinand Azcaraga.
Mayong gabi, ako si Ferdinand Azcaraga. Ako aniya karon diri isip usa ka representasyon ni Dagami.
So Ferdinand is saying that he is here to represent Dagami. So now we would like to have a question from Dr. Jobbers. What's your question for our cosplayer, our contestant number 4 for Warrior Dagami, Ferdinand?
Question is, how does one become a warrior? In the pre-colonial sense, how does one become a warrior?
Ka-quiz ni mo, Dr. Jobbers. So, ang question ni Dr. Jobbers, unsaon kuno nga mahimo nga warrior o mahimo nga manggugubat or bagani sa wala pa ang mga katsila, unsaon mamahimong kay bao ba ka, Ferdinand? Do you know how does one become a warrior? How does one become a warrior? Muna ang question, Dr. Jobbers. How does one become a warrior? Now or before?
Before.
Before.
This is the Dagami period. How does one become? I'm sure Ferdinand know how to answer that question.
So ang sa unang panahon aron ang usa ka tawo mahimong bagani o mahimong warrior, kinahanglan siya naa siya sa upper class nga society nga gitawag nga timawa. Dayon kinahanglan siya nga makapatay, dayon human siya makapatay, ritualan siya o butangan siya og mga patik isip sa gisag sa iyang pagkabagani.
Butangan siya og tato. So the answer of Ferdinand, Dr. Jobbers, is a warrior in the pre-colonial time should be from an upper class, in the upper class from the Timawa or royalty, and he should have killed an enemy, and then he will have a ritual. He will undergo a ritual of putting a tattoo, symbolizing that he is now a warrior. So that's the answer to your very hard quiz. Daghang salamat. Contestant number 4, Ferdinand. And now we have our contestant number 5, Sean Sanico. Where's Sean?
Ako si Sean Sanico, isip Dagami. O kinaya ako sunda nga nagngalan og Flamingo.
Sean was saying that I am Sean and this is my bolo or my weapon, which is a flamenco. So now we will have a question from Dr. Phyllis for Sean.
This is a personal question. Why do you think you joined this cosplay? What is the importance of this cosplay?
So, daghang salamat, Dr. Phyllis. So, kinidigid ni quiz koan Sean. So, ang question ni Dr. Phyllis was asking you why did you join this cosplay contest, and then what's the importance of joining this? Is it relevant or is it important for you? Or nganong nga ni-appeal ka diri sa cosplay pwede ra Bisaya? Nganong ni-appeal ka sa cosplay? Importante ba ni nga activity?
Kini nga cosplay, importante kini nga activity. Then ni-appel ko ani because love kina ko akong love na ko akong costume, then gusto ko nga makabaw mo nga Well, that's it.
So, daghang salamat, Sean. So, Sean was saying that this is an important activity because he really loves his costume and kaya siya. So, this is an important event. So, next we have our contestant number 6, 𝗕𝗲𝗶𝗶𝗶𝗲𝗏. So, we have contestant number 6, 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃𝗲𝗏, warrior 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃𝗲𝗏. Cosplayer, 𝗕𝗲𝗶𝗶𝗶𝗲𝗏.
Maayong gabi kanatong tanan. Ako si Jobel sa Bandal. Ani akaron isip usa ka dagami.
So sa Bandal. So I was given Sandoval. So he is Jobel sa Bandal, contestant number 6, and he joins this as warrior ďagami. So now we will have a question. I hope it's not a quiz, Dr. Jobbers. So we have a question from Dr. Jobbers Reynes Versales for our cosplayer number 6.
Okay, enumeration from 1 to 5. Okay. Dong Joel, other than dying, aside from ingon man to si kuan nga mamatay, characteristic sa warriors mamatay ka for others. Unsa pay laing characteristic para nimo sa usa ka warrior?
So Jovel, so Dr. Jobbers was asking if what is the another characteristic of a warrior aside from dying for the people, unsa pa man ang lain nga kinaiya sa usa ka bagani, sa usa ka manggugubat gawas sa pagpakamatay or magpakamatay para sa isig ka tawo, unsa pa may lain?
Ang kaisog ug ang papagga sa iyang natawhan. Apil ang iyang mga patik.
So, Dr. Jobbers, the answer for that is the other characteristic is a warrior should have bravery, fierceness, and love for the motherland and also for his tattoos. So, daghang salamat, Jovel. So, did we see their costumes properly? Are you already happy with their costumes? That they prepared for it for hours and we have shown them to you only for a few seconds. So maybe we can have all of them here. While I will be, can we just have them lined up there while we will continue with our question and answer for what you will show them while we will entertain the question from the audience so that to have justice para mahatagan no gustisya ang pag-prepare sa costume for pila ka hours and just showing them for a few minutes. So, Dr. Phyllis, there is a question here from Regional Director Ahmed Quizon regarding actually the naputol na di na nako makita sa ang katong kang Regional Director Ahmed regarding in his accounts of the Battle of Mactan, Pigafetta did mention someone with a cutlass, which is definitely not a javelin. These were javelins, yes, but let's not miss out on the cutlass, which must have been a kampilan. This is important because iron was so expensive at the time, such that only datos or village chiefs could own them, in which case it must have been Lapu-Lapu himself who struck Magellan with the cutlass. So what can you say about this, Dr. Feliz, regarding this comment?
Okay. There's the Spanish, the French version, okay, of Pigafetta, which was translated by Skelton, and Skelton, who translated the French version, did mention in his footnotes that, and this is what he says, that the author of this French version had misapprehended the Spanish terms for these two weapons, rendered by him as javelot and partisan, but preserved in the Italian. So the Italian manuscript has terciado, which is a cutlass or a scimitar. So reports, though, of the manner of Magellan's death by witnesses differ. So Nicholas of Naples, a seaman of the Victoria, reported 19 years later, and this is what he says. I was by his side and saw him killed by arrows and by a lance thrust which pierced his throat. So there are different versions, and even of the same Pigafetta, but of the Italian version and the French version. So that is what the sources say. Now, if Lapu-Lapu was the one who killed Magellan point by point, even Pigafetta doesn't mention that it was only that it was Lapu-Lapu. If he did, he would have written it out, but he did not. So it's not conclusive as well whether it's not conclusive as well. So based on the sources, that is what is written out. And yes, weapons were, iron was very important and very expensive as well. And that we know that from Alcina that the karahay from China was actually melted and used to make bladed weapons by the Pandays of Cebu or of the Visayas region.
Daghang salamat, Dr. Philly. So we also have this comments from our audience. We have a question, is Balaraw same as Baladaw?
Yes.
Question from Francis. Yes,
Yes.
it's the same. And we have from our audience, Diego Salvador. He's a collector also and is a fan of our Cebuano heroes. Grade 1 pa ko sa Basak Elementary School, and I have guna or weeding bolo na ay Marca Silva. Until now, my training dagger for Eskrima is from Silva. Proud Basakanon. So this is also a patron of our blacksmith. So from Ferdinand, from our contestant here, in Warrior Dagami saying Pinuti really means whitened or highly polished blades. So Regional Director Amit Quizon says, interesting, blacksmiths ang tighimo sa Pinuti, which comes from puti. So the blacksmiths are making the puti Pinuti. So Siegfried already has a choice on who she will choose for the Warrior Dagami. And also, we have no comments yet from the Quincentennial Committee page. So now, while our warriors are still posting there, and then so we have our trivia quiz, which means our warriors cannot join the trivia quiz. And then, so those who can answer the trivia quiz with prizes will be able to win. So our physical audience are, for the first question, only the physical audience can answer this question. So our microphone is there. So the one who would be able to answer this question would be able to win a free Cebuano T-shirt. Are we ready? Where would the one who would answer that? Do we have a microphone already for our koan? For the one who would answer from the physical audience. So we have this number 2 question is a question for everyone, and then you will be answering through the comment section of your Facebook page, So we have our number 1 question for our physical audience. Name 2 weapons used by the Cebuano warriors in the Battle of Mactan. Indicate the Bisaya terms of the weapons. Can we still show our warriors in another camera? Yes. So so now we have can someone here, because if our physical audience cannot answer, we will have our online audience answer this, and you get a Cebuano. I thought it's a Cebu 500 is a Cebuano Heroism T-shirt. The winners of our Cebuano Heroism poster making contest, you will be able to win this Cebuano T-shirt. And this quiz is only for those who have not yet won a prize at our trivia quiz to give chance to others. Is there a physical contestant who wants to answer? Two Bisaya weapons in the Battle of Mactan. You go to the microphone and then answer. So we have our member of our of the 𝗙𝗲𝗶𝗃𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃. He is also in our video of Batang Colon, and we have Kyle, and
Yes,
then so what's your answer, Kyle? Can we show Kyle? Makitaan sa camera si Kyle. Dili, i-adjust ang camera para makitaan si Kyle. So ipatunga si Kyle. So naa siya dito sa tumoy. So what's your answer, Kyle?
Bangka ug hagos.
Bangka ug hagos. May we show Dr. Feliz?
Yeah, correct.
Correct answer. Okay. So we have our winner with a Cebuano t-shirt. And kung nagbahag
Thank
pa
you,
ka,
ma'am.
Kyle, you will be contestant number 7 if you had a bahag. So thank you very much, Kyle. Congratulations for winning. And we have Kyle is in grade. What grade are you in, Kyle? He is in grade 12 and he knows our weapons in pre-colonial Cebu with the Battle of Mactan. So, daghang salamat, Kyle. So, this is now the next trivia question is the grand question for this, our ikalimang tuig na Dagami, and then ni Hardin Dagami, sa Hardin Dagami, and the one who would be able to answer would win an overnight stay, a free overnight stay at our Rooms for Heroes, at our beautiful room in honor of our Cebuano heroes. And we have with breakfast for 2. So this is a room for hero at our with the artworks of Cebu of our made by our our UP Fine Arts students. So the question, and everyone prepare for those of you prepare. For those who are here physically, you would all answer through the comment section of either Pamgrass the Cebu Heritage page or at the page of the National Quincentennial Committee page. Can someone look at the 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗃 page if who answers the question? So we have also the question, and then may we show Dr. Jobbers also? Dr. Jobbers, you would be the judge for this question. So the question is this.
Dinner. I'm still eating my dinner.
Name 2 artifacts excavated during the Cebu Iron Age discussed by Dr. Jobbers Reynes Bersales. 2 artifacts mentioned by Dr. Jobbers Reynes Bersales, and you will win our grand prize for this trivia quiz, an overnight stay at the beautiful room for hero of Pamgrass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. So who is answering the question? So we have do we have an answer from our audience? So do we have someone who answered from so this is the questions at the Pamgrass page. No one was answering at the 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃 page, and there is a spearheads and pottery and iron. Dr. Jobbers, what is the answer? Someone answered pottery and iron, and someone answered spearheads and pottery. Is pottery the first one who answered his answer was pottery and iron. Is this correct? The artifact excavated. The first answer, one of them answered pottery and iron. Is that correct or no?
The question is named artifacts that are you would normally find in
So is this correct? Pottery. Then the second answer, the other one. Can you accept that answer, pottery and it can be accepted?
What do
Is
you
that
mean?
two artifacts excavated during the Cebu Iron Age? His answer is pottery and iron. And then another answer from Hardy is spearheads and pottery. Then there is someone else in the NQC page. Someone answered iron slugs and jars.
Not in the Iron Age. No, not in the Iron Age. We didn't find any iron slugs. One would expect iron slugs and jars. Yes. Yeah.
Slugs
so
and
all
jars.
three questions would be correct. No, depends.
All
who
three answers were correct.
Well,
all three
you find
answers.
iron in there. You find, yeah.
No, the first one who answered was actually 𝗕𝗲𝗷𝗶𝗶𝗿𝗲𝗏. So congratulations to everyone who answered correctly. Kevin Ramirez Villesa for iron slugs and pottery. Romualdo Generalao at the NQC page, iron slug gold jewelry. Hardy, spearheads and pottery. And 𝗕𝗲𝗷𝗶𝗶𝗿𝗏, pottery and iron. So the first one who answered was 𝗕𝗲𝗷𝗶𝗶𝗿𝗏. Congratulations, Diego, for winning this overnight stay at our Rooms for Heroes at the only heritage hotel in Cebu. Congratulations, 𝗕𝗲𝗷𝗶𝗶𝗿𝗏. Diego was actually saying na nakaapas yun siya sa discussion because he was late. So anyway, congratulations, Diego, for getting the correct answer. Now, did our judges already have their decision? Wala pa yung decision. So while our judges are having their decision, pwede ni i-appeal si Mayang sa judge because I can't judge, or Nelson. Nelson would be another judge. So we have Dr. Feliz and Dr. Jobbers. So while our judges, so can our camera again show each one of our can it go around and show walay suga can one light face our kuansad. So while we are waiting for the decision of our judges, now we would like to have to announce our upcoming events. So while thank you everyone to those who answered our Anna Jean Chinese ceramic and iron tools in the at the NQC page. And then for everyone, maybe we have missed some of your questions, but then we have other forums and discussions in the future. So we would like to announce now our future events on October 16. Be with us again for an interesting going back again to our roots regarding the traditional healing practices, because on this day or during this month in October, we will be launching Palmgrass de Cebu Heritage Hotel's 𝗙𝗲𝗲 Native Massage. May we show our logo for the 𝗙𝗲𝗲 Native Massage or the. So we have our 𝗙𝗲𝗲 Native Massage with the logo of a sun, because the Babaylan was invoking the sun while she was having this ritual for the pig. And then we will also have, do we have our slide for the upcoming events? Wala. And then, of course, we have our upcoming event, the 𝗙𝗲𝗲 Native Massage launching, and then you would be able to know the herbs that we'll be using. Like you will have a foot bath with sea salt, ginger, and other herbs. And then, of course, we will have our massage with virgin coconut oil, with 𝗥cie𝗱𝗿𝗀𝗏 asili. Oh yes, and then of course we will have 𝗥lup in our massage. You will have 𝗥lup. Your 𝗚tusa will have ginger in it, and then of course we will have also orasyon in our massage. Orasyon was part of the traditional healing practices. There will be prayer for you during your massage. The Babaylan would massage you, and we will have also a humul sa kawa. Humul sa kawa with herbs like lemongrass, with the leaves, with flowers, with milk, with coffee, ginger, sea salt. Oh, tinuwa nga kawa. You will be tinuwa in the kawa. And then we will have that this October. That's very exciting for you, right? We will have traditional healing at the only heritage hotel in Cebu with kawa, with 𝗥lup, with tuob. We will have steam inhalation with herbs, with ginger, lemongrass, lagundi, and other healing. So, of course, are our judges ready? So aside from that, this October, it is an exciting October. We will have, usually others would be celebrating Halloween, but at Palmgrass, we will have a cosplay contest again on the Visayan mythical creature, Visayan mythical creatures. So we will have the Visayan mythical creatures, like what were the Visayan mythical agta, mga duwin, sigbin, mga so we will have the Visayan mythical creatures and also a discussion, a conversation, a fun discussion of this on folklore and oral tradition with UP Diliman Department of History, Dr. Vic Villan, who is also a Visayan. He is from Panay, and we will have our very own University of San Carlos professor, Dr. Zona Saniel Amper, who also studied about folklore and oral tradition. So be with us again on October 30 and middle of October for our exciting healing tradition, ancient healing tradition that would already be here at the only heritage hotel in Cebu. Prepare to have foot bath with sea salt and ginger, and to be in the kawa like Ateneo. Your water will be, you will be in the kawa and with lemongrass, ginger, sea salt, and flowers if you want, and milk also. And so now do we have a, may we show our contestants? Do we have si Kuan? Wala pa, you only choose one. Actually, we have our criteria is what is in your heart. Kung unsa ang gipitik sa inyong kasing-kasing maoy mudaog, you only choose one. One only. The rest would be consolation prize winners, and then only one would win. So which means you have 3 judges, Dr. Jobers Reyes Bersales, Dr. Feliz Noel Rodriguez, and a descendant of Acatiponero, Nelson 𝗙𝗲𝗹𝗶𝗃. We have here, so we have three judges, and the one who would get there would be a tiebreaker because if they are only 2. So we thank our partners in our event today, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Quincentennial Committee. Can we have the camera show everyone? Can the warriors? There's one who is not shown. Di mada. You move farther so that they can all be seen? So now can one light be facing there? So we have our we thank our partners, the National Quincentennial Committee in Museo Sugbo, the Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and History of University of San Carlos, the University of San Carlos Museum, and then we have the Diandi Heritage Center, Central Visayas Association of Museums, SOAN 2020, and Art Cebu. Do we have the names of everyone? Maybe I have the names again of everyone, of all the contestants. So we have the contestants. We have contestant number 1, Jomar Fortaleza. We have contestant number 2. We have contestant number 2, Edgar Salundagit. So we have our contestant number 3, Jeff Chris Lorica. Contestant number 4, Ferdinand Ascaraga. So nawagtang ang suga. And then contestant number 5, Sean Sanico. And contestant number 6, Jovel Sabandal. Contestant number 6 is Jovel Sabandal. So we have our 2 finalists. We have our 2 finalists whom I would call. So the 2 finalists whom I would call would be here. Can they move here at this part? Asay makitaan sa camera. Dito di ay. So we have our consolation prize winners. Consolation prize winners. We have those who get the consolation prizes are Contestant number 3, Jeff Chris Dorica. And then contestant number 1, Jomar Fortaleza. And contestant number 4, Ferdinand Ascaraga. Pila na ako natawag? And contestant number 5, Sean Sanico. So, can we have at the center contestants number 2 and number 6? So, you will still stay. You will still be seen. The others, can you move there? Or mag-ilis day mag-place. So, we will have contestants number 2 and number 6. These are the finalists. Contestants number 2. So, contestant number 2 is 𝗙𝗲𝗃 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃. And contestant number 6 is 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗀 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃. And our winner, not a music, and not a drum roll, and our winner, our Warrior Dagami cosplay winner, our Warrior Dagami for 2021 is contestant number 6, 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗀 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃. So we have our operations manager, Alphon Arbule, who is also a warrior, who will crown our 2021 Warrior Dagami. He has a sash, the Warrior Dagami, Dagami Warrior 2021, with his crown of Sarok. So, congratulations to our winner. Congratulations to our cosplayers. You are all winners, and we are so proud of you for joining back with us and proudly wearing the costume of our warriors and our ancestors. Dagang salamat to Jomar Fortaleza, 𝗙𝗲𝗃 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃, Jeffrey Chris Lorica, Ferdinand Ascaraga, Sean Sanico, and congratulations everyone, and congratulations to 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗀 𝗙𝗲𝗃𝗃. Daghang salamat. And then may we have our panelists to give their closing statement in our forum this afternoon. Dr. Feliz Noel Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you for having me. I think it is important for everyone in studying the past to go back to the sources and to look at the sources in their context, but at the same time to have a historical and creative imagination and to know that cultures change. And when cultures change, that, you know, we can also grow from there. So that's all. Thank you.
Daghang salamat, Dr. Feliz. We are so happy that you are here with us, even if you're based in Kuala Lumpur. Now we have our Cebu-based panelist, our archaeologist, Dr. Jobers Reynes Bersales. Social historian ka no, our audience said here. Can you hear him?
No.
Nag-earphone ka. Can we show still our contestants in
Thank
the
you. Thank you. It's nice to see Feliz. We were together in an earlier forum, and it's nice to see everyone. Feliz already said the parting words that one could ever say. So what else can I say except that we should all be proud of our past, even if we went through Spanish colonialism. I know our host doesn't like the Spaniards apparently, but it's part of our history, and we recognize that. But in time, we should not forget that even the Spaniards came, we were already a vibrant society of culture. We have shown, Feliz has shown, we have also shown that we had so much to show to the world. It's just that this needs to come more often. And we thank Palmgrass for doing this, and Christy, and we thank everyone for attending this forum that Thank you very much.
Daghang salamat to our beloved panelists who stayed with us. Gabi naman dahil karon, and then to our audience who are still with us, and then stay tuned for our next event. We have a fun event, pizza eating contest, tuba drinking contest, Mr. and Miss Bright trivia quiz. Of course, I know the young people here can answer properly and well. And then, of course, we are celebrating the 5 years of Hardin Dagama, which opened ahead. Which opened ahead Palmgrass de Cebu Heritage Hotel. The grand opening of Palmgrass was 2017, and Hardin Dagami already opened September 22, 2016. So daghang salamat everyone for celebrating with us, and we will also have a jammer of the night, and we will be jamming with our band in a while with the contest, Mr. and Miss Bright, Humba Pizza Eating Contest, and the tuba drinking contest, Yagats Pakals sa ikalimang tuig sa Hardin Dagami. Daghang salamat ug maayong gabi natong tanan.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ako si Kerwin Silva niya, akong trabaho kay Blacksmith, Anday Sundang. Dili naman sa may nagkuwara sa dakat-oro kay tanaw-tanawan na. Yan, nakasunod na sa among ginikanan kay matiguhang na. Dali na sa dakat-oro na sad ba? Kay filmer sa namo nakita ba? Sa amo pag giningapuhan. Amo naman ni nabuhi jud kuno sa among kaliwat. Among materialis kasagaran kada mga asiro ba? Karya ng lip spring kaning mga mulyi ba? Kaya uling among gamit. Kalang amo pag yung style sa among pamanday kay namoy pamanday karon murag kuan na kay advance na kay ba among kuan kana ginaraan pa gid among gamit ba. Pabagaho na uling among gamit. Mo to dok pun gumahon nga magmapurma na bahiron kung dahil subhan. Amo na subhan ay din ba itimpad ba. Para ligo niyang ngait ba. Kapoy pero umanda na ka diri naman kanang makuara pero kapoy Japon kuara kapoy nga natin kita mas daggan baya ang minus ang kanara mga construction kay naman may mga barapod kay kasagaran ng himun kanara mga ginanglanon mga tao hundang mga barra yun na mga construction kasagaran sa mga butcher snipe taga-carbon kapasyo kaya pahiwa isda o na ay mugbarap, palit pala sagaran ka na mga ulingay hindi kusog kayo mamalit din mga uma halos tanganoy bisat pagka na ganyan mga doktor waring na po rin ipalit o grass cutter kaya nilang mga guna, mga silyo alari, tanan na may kinahanglanos ba o man ako permito buon tayo kasi ikaw bang i-display ko ng balay kaya balitan na may uban nga ilang no protection ka no kaya parang ako ang uban nila parang panghawan kaya manghawan kag kanang sagbot ba kung kaya gamit ang pinuti pero panghawan ganyan niya karon na pero sa tinulay yun sa karaan din nga kuan kanang pinuti mo na siya gitawag og kanang muna armas ba ni kana ko mga kuan sundang kani mga tiyanon nga sundang dai tiyan nga sundang ala ba straight lang kasi kadagod ang sundang ingandra sa kadabang manggamit para nay oy Guadalupe sa karaan ba Guadalupe nga sundang kana siya wala si tiyan straight na siya ng tiyan pero talinis siya para sa isda ang tawag nila pinasil inana ba inana nga sundang mo na hitaw pinasil. Oh, nasa isang got nga, tawag nila, inayawan, kaya ka na inayawan, daghan na kayo ng kabayo da sa una. Mo ila pang sib-sib sa sagbot ba, mo na tawag ng inayawan. Okay, wala siya inayawan, oh. No, tawag nila inayawan, kay mo kasagara mong order na, kaya inayawan, kaya daghan nga ng kabayo, di ba? Kaya mang gaboy, kabayo, di ba? Sa parada ba? Sa manahon. Wala, di pang bis na sa nila sa mga lugar ba? Sabi ako yung anak, 5 ka buklaki, gagmay pa niya, amot, nagkinsa kayo musunod. Ako bitaw, amo ko mag-iping nga musunod ko, ano, gibay, skila niya, karoon, nagninyo man yan. Gibiradyo ko, ano, din kabuha ba mo. Amot, mabanday yun.